Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Tuesday, March 5th. It's good to have everyone here this morning. Just to make a couple announcements, some things that maybe have slipped in the past, and those fall on me since I am the chair. At the last several meetings, we've had some things go on that are actually against the policy. There's nobody here today, but we've had people wearing hats in the building. We've had people wanting to clap when things are being said or spoken. That's not proper decorum for a meeting like we're performing. So I just want to let the public know and make sure everybody's aware. We're just trying to run a meeting this morning, so we're not going to be doing any of that today or tonight. And we're going to tighten up on that in the future. Another thing that's, I think, a positive thing, because it's finalized and completed, make sure everyone's aware of, the building office and the planning office is open for business today in East Point. They have made the switch over the weekend, so they are there. They're able to help anybody that needs help. We thank everyone for the opportunity to do the switch over the weekend. Realize it might have put some people behind either on inspections or permits or some things in business that need to interact with the county, but that is open today and it's open for the public so it can be utilized. And I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that this morning. With that, we'll get started. If you would, let's please stand for the invocation and the pledge. Father, I thank you today for your hand upon our life. Lord, be with us in our discussions and our deliberations today. Father, we thank you for wisdom, for understanding, Lord, that only you can impart. Give it to us today. Help us to be recipients of it. Help us to speak words that bring grace today. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, another thing I forgot to mention starting out, to make sure people are aware, because it is a board policy. So if you didn't know and you wanted to speak publicly during an agenda item today, we'll give you another couple of minutes to submit one of these speaker cards to Mr. Morone. So make sure everybody's aware of that. Next, is there anything that needs to be added to our agenda, sir?
Good morning, sir. Yes, I believe Mr. Kirschenbaum, when he gets here, he will have something to add, an email I saw. He's working on an application, a federal application for some money for the airport. Mm-hmm. But I don't know too much about it, but I did tell him last night in an email he needs to bring that today if he wants us to proceed with it, and he'll explain it when he gets here. But that'll be in addition to his report, so I just wanted to bring your attention to that.
Well, since we don't actually have the information in front of us, can we just handle it and not add it to the agenda, just handle it and take public comment at that time?
You could.
That's proper.
Yes.
Because we don't have the information.
Yes, you could.
Okay.
Like I just wanted to.
We don't need to do an amendment?
I don't think so.
Bring that to your attention, and
No.
I'll remind the board and the public once again, you see times listed next to the agenda sections. Those are not time certain items. Those are just approximations for us. The only thing that is time certain is the workshop this afternoon at 5 o'clock. Commissioners, we cannot start before 5, but we can start after 5 with that particular item. And just thought I'd let you guys know, bring it to your attention.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can
Yes.
I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to thank the board. As you all know, I was out 2 weeks ago. I had a total knee replacement. The best thing I ever did. I'm telling you, it hurt, but it don't hurt, you know. But it's by God's grace and by his divine providence that I am here pain-free in my right knee. And I'm at 105 on my knee range, 2 weeks out. So God's got me, y'all.
Yes.
God's got me.
Well, good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So up next on our agenda would be approval of minutes and payment of county bills.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right. Up next is Mr. John Solomon, Volunteer Week Proclamation.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Get the glasses on. I'm not gonna be like last year when Michael had me read it without my glasses. One of the things I want to thank the County Commission for the past 11 years has entertained this proclamation for the county to recognize our volunteers, which are so vital to the county and the state for what they do for our area. So as I said, Michael wanted me to proceed with reading it to the commissioners.
Yes.
Franklin County Volunteer Week, April 21st to the 27th, 2024. Whereas the entire community can inspire, equip, and mobilize people to take action that changes the world, and whereas individuals and communities are at the center of social change, discovering their power to make a difference, and whereas during the week of April 21st to the 27th, all over the nation, volunteers will be recognized for their commitment to service, and whereas giving of oneself in service to another empowers the giver and the recipient, and whereas over 22.8% of Floridians volunteered in 2023, and whereas volunteers are vital to our future as a caring and productive community, and whereas a volunteer saves on a national average $31.80 an hour for the organization it volunteers for, whereas in Florida, a volunteer saves the organization it volunteers for an average of 29.41 cents an hour, whereas volunteers give of themselves for no other reason but to improve our community. Now therefore, we, y'all, the Franklin County Commission do hereby proclaim April 21st to the 27th, 2024, National Volunteer Week in Franklin County, and also urge our fellow citizens to volunteer in Franklin County. Also, we urge others to recognize those who serve by tirelessly sharing their time and talent for those in need.
So we have a motion to accept this resolution.
So move with comment.
All right. So we have a second, first by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Ward, please proceed.
I don't know what we would do without volunteers. I mean, they are the makeup of our community. They go above and beyond in some instances, and as we will see later, Ms. Jennifer's report has an exceptional award recipient that she's going to talk about. I appreciate each and every volunteer that we have in this community and statewide, nationwide, because as John says, they save $31 an hour in work. So thank you all who volunteer.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyone else? I would like to express the same token that Commissioner Ward said. You know, I think that in our community, there are not many people I know that don't volunteer for anything. Most people I know volunteer on some level, on multiple levels. It is a really big deal. And it does bring about a sense of pride and community that this world desperately needs. So we are very thankful for everybody that volunteers in Franklin County. All right. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners,
Thank you,
again.
Mr. Solomon. All right, Ms. Daniels? I am sure glad you're here this morning.
Did you miss me?
Yes, and I'm glad that the award recipient is here this morning.
Me too.
He's usually always here, Mr. Chairman.
Good
Go
morning,
ahead.
Commissioners. Last year, we submitted a application for an award for our main volunteer at the EOC, Tim Keith Lucas. Tim has been with us for over 10 years. He is our volunteer ops chief when we're activated. He is my go-to for anything I need here at the EOC. Come in.
There you go. Thank you.
He is my go-to for anything I need at the EOC. He's always by my side, always there to help with anything we need. He gives at least 2 to 3 full days a week of work to Franklin County, and that's just at the EOC. He also volunteers for Camp Gordon Johnson. He volunteers for the Lighthouse. He volunteers for, I'm missing one. There's
I can tell you.
Carabel History Museum. He is always willing to help anyone who needs any assistance anywhere. And we had submitted a year ago for an award for Tim, And they got back with us last week and said, no, we didn't give him that award. Instead, we want him to have this award. And it's the Excellence in Volunteerism Award. And it's only given to one person in the state of Florida per year, and that is our Tim. And we are just so proud of him, and thank you for recognizing him again, and thank you.
Yep,
Thank you,
Mr.
Tim.
Chairman.
I want everyone to know, first, that being a volunteer at Franklin County Emergency Management keeps my brain active in retirement, and that's a great reward in itself. I also want you to know that in the last year, Jennifer Daniels has developed the best environment for volunteers that I have ever seen. The EOC has volunteers working at it every day of the week. Some days 3 or 4 are working. I'm not talking about activations and evacuations. I'm talking about our quartermaster, our public information officer, our groundskeeper, a whole army of volunteers that expand the staff of 3 at our EOC. It could not happen without what Jennifer has built. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tim.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a comment. Congratulations, Mr. Tim, on a well-deserved award. And a lot of people don't know this, but, you know, we're getting a new EOC, and he designed the plans for our new EOC. We didn't have to pay for that. He did it on his own time, volunteered the time, and they're great plans if you've never looked at them. And he's put everything into consideration. So, again, congratulations, Mr. Tim, and great job, Jennifer. As Mr. Tim stated, it's the aura that you represent and the office that you represent and what you do makes them want to volunteer. So that speaks volumes too.
Thank you. All right, before we move on, if anyone has any public comment cards they need to get to Mr. Morone, now's, if we haven't got them, we need them by now. Did anybody send you anything on email, Mr. Morone?
Double check one more time.
I don't want to exclude anybody.
Actually, yes, and I'll just hand you my phone.
Is it for public comment, is it for later?
It's public comment.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
I'll print it out afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so now we are moving to public comments. Mr. Rudy Ming?
Good morning, Commissioners. Rudy Mang, 1480 Alligator Point, full-time. Don't really need to address the boat ramps now. Looks like you're making some progress on that, so thank you. Just want to keep pushing that forward as we get into boating season. Starts this weekend. Noticed something on the way out on Alligator Point. The license plate readers, I had brought it up a bit ago and noticed on the way out that there is one now facing in. So we also now are a part of tracking anybody that may come onto Alligator Point. Previously, there was just one that was outbound. I had brought it up, and as you always mention to me, government moves slowly, but it's done, so thank you for that one. That's all I've got. Thank you again.
Thank you. And Miss Debbie Jordan, I think she's online. Phone number should end in 1549, Michael.
I am not seeing her phone number.
Well, that's the one that was on your phone.
I don't see her logged in, or I don't see her phone number, sir.
Okay,
Double check. Usually she's logged in by phone, you're correct.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
time, so I don't know.
no, she's not in the room, so,
Yeah,
okay.
she was? Maybe something happened and she had to get off the
Maybe.
phone for some reason.
Okay, so Superintendent Lanier? Here to discuss battle language this morning?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Steve Lanier, Franklin County School Superintendent. It's good to see everyone. Thank you for having me this morning. What I have before you is a request to amend the current millage from a half a mill to a full mill, which will provide approximately $1.8 million from our capital outlay dollars to our operating budget. The school board approved this at our school board meeting on January the 25th of this year. The appropriate ballot language. All we need from you commissioners is to allow us to put it on the ballot. You're not voting for the actual amendment, but just the language to go on to the ballot. And again, this is not a tax increase. This is something that has been voted in by our voters in Franklin County since 2008, and it's generally done every 4 years. We just need to amend it from a half a millage to a full mill, which will allow us to give all of our teachers a significant pay raise. Right now, our teachers, starting teacher's salary is third lowest in the state, and our average teacher's salary is seventh lowest in the state, and we're in one of the highest cost of living counties in the state. Teachers are having a hard time finding housing when they come in, and we need to do better than that. So I'm asking for your support to put that on the ballot, and then we'll vote for it again in November. Again, it's not a tax increase, and we'll get that language out there so everyone knows. It's been successful since 2008, so I expect it will be voted in again. So,
Superintendent, quick question. Just for the public to know, does this have to pass with like a 2/3 vote, or is it just a majority vote?
majority vote, yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's cool. All right. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, and this is just so the public is aware, not the typical millage in terms of the ad valorem. This is the school board has
Correct.
their own taxing.
Correct. The school district receives 4.2 mills from the county, from all the people who own property. And out of that, the legislation requires us to put 1.5 mills into capital projects only. And the rest of it goes into operation, which pays for everything else. We don't need any capital projects. We're not looking to build any new schools anytime soon. Our school is 15 years old. So what we've done is, in order for us to pay our teachers and our employees, we've always shifted a half of mill over, well, since 2008. That's not enough to give teachers a significant pay raise and the rest of our employees. So with an additional 1.8 million in our operating budget, we'll be able to provide pay raises to these employees, which is really important if we're going to move forward with our agenda to get all certified teachers in our teaching positions.
All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm gonna make a motion that we approve, Mr. Lanier to be able to take this to the ballot for November's election.
Oh, I didn't hear him, I'm sorry. All right, so he'd already made a motion.
Oh, y'all
apparently.
did?
I didn't hear you.
Holler out down here.
You gotta be louder than that, sir, sorry.
Okay,
So,
well,
do you want to
did
make
you
a
hear it
second?
too?
I did not. I just
I
said,
knew.
hey, you
I
already made a
didn't hear
motion. All right, Commissioner Croom made a motion to approve. Mr. Sanders, will you second that motion? Is that what you want to do? Okay. Well, I'm not trying to completely get you out of the mix here. So we have a second by Commissioner Sanders to add this to the ballot so the residents can vote on it. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Have a great day.
He talks so soft down there at the end,
Yeah,
down there.
you gotta be louder now, I gotta hear you.
Well, somebody said something at the same time.
Oh, it flagged me down or do something?
What it is it gets older.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
Us younger people down here.
Mr. Howard Neighbors, come help us get us redirected. Come on, sir.
I don't know about all that, Commissioner, but
Did put a lot
here.
on you, didn't I?
I'm here, but, I've got new, action items for the board this morning. We do got the culverts in, that come in yesterday for, the airport, the 224s and the 36. So as soon as the rain gets over, we'd hope it dries out a little bit, we can get them pipes in. working on the island all last week for chili cook-off. So we had all it looking good, roads graded, so,
It did look good.
yes, sir. So we're moving on toward Carabel, Lanark, and Alligator Point, so.
Anyone have anything for Mr. Neighbor?
I do, actually. Go ahead. No, don't tell about the airport. You might as well. Do what? The airport. Scott needs it. At the airport. Oh, you don't, I don't know about that. I thought, it just came to my mind, I didn't check back with you, but Jewel Road, that culvert out there going into the spray field,
Yes, sir.
did y'all ever get that?
We,
down?
we got the other pipe in too. They had the back order on some of the pipes.
Okay.
So I think they just got them in, or yesterday. So the pipes come in, so,
Checking back, I know the last time you was waiting for it to dry out a little bit.
yeah,
It was raining again.
yeah.
Okay. And I guess I'll find out about that later.
No, I was gonna remind
Which-
Howard, you or Fonda, to have the guys, the mechanics check with the airport. They have some equipment that they need some assistance.
Yeah, Mr. Ted mentioned that to me earlier, but we've been real busy.
Okay.
And I told Mr. Ted as soon as that we got caught up, we've been having to change some tires on, some loaders and stuff.
Yeah.
And, one of the machines right there, a bunch of hoses, is a pretty old machine, would need to get rid of it, but a bunch of hoses have been busted on it and been changing but, I told Mr. Ted as soon as they got caught up that they would look at some of the stuff that they got.
Thank you so much.
All right, anyone else have anything for Mr. Neighbors?
I do.
All right,
Howard, out there on, it's like a spinning wheel. Out there on Walnut Creek on Highway 67, where they're doing the new culvert and stuff out there, one of the concrete trucks dropped some concrete on 67, and it's about that high, and it's not about half the size of this over here. So if y'all could go out there and see if they're gonna take care of it, but that needs to come
Okay.
off that road. Because when
Yeah,
you hit
especially-
it, you go up, and I'm afraid that's maybe because a couple of people's had a couple of accidents out there. And I don't wanna have it no more of a hazard than what it is out there with the water from that water going over the road so much.
Yes, ma'am, we'll take a look at that.
Can you check that? And also
Well-
check the sidewalks and stuff out there at Lanark.
Okay.
It's starting the springtime, the grass is starting to grow. So
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up also. Grass season is coming, so
It is.
another rough year it looked like. Early spring, the weeds are growing, so,
I don't think it ever stopped growing this
It
year.
don't. Yeah.
No, I don't think. But Howard, thank you for everything you do.
welcome, Commissioner.
anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I just see on your report that you've had minimal inmates. I just want to make sure that you have everything that you need at your disposal to do the work of the county. And as I've said in the past, we don't need
Yeah.
to depend on these inmates to, you know,
Depend
do what
on
we
it.
need to do for our citizens. So if it ever becomes an issue, I really want you to come to us and say, hey, I need help, but I don't want it to get to that point either.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing we had last year, though. Some of the crew wants to work on Fridays. And we had 6 inmates this morning, 4, so 4 has basically been the top, so hopefully, maybe they could pick up, but if not, I will be back to the board and, to let you know, if we can hire some people part-time or however y'all want to do it.
Yeah.
Cause it is a job, I mean, you cut that grass and ditches and a week later, it's back knee high, so
And then
hard to keep up. so.
Mr. Chairman, you got, like today, we're gonna have a lot of rain. I'm sure you guys are gonna be inundated with calls about ditches and things like that. So,
Yes, ma'am.
again, I don't want us to depend on inmates because there's no guarantee of how many we're gonna get.
Yeah.
And you guys have a job to do,
Yes,
a big
ma'am.
job to do. And I don't want you guys to be understaffed just because you're depending on 6 inmates and you get 0.
Oh, yeah,
And I
from-
don't want our citizens to be disserviced either because we don't have the inmates to serve the
Yeah.
community.
And that's correct, Commissioner. I mean, like I said, last year from 25 inmates down to 4. So basically, that's what we used to get, 20 to 25 a day. So
Well, thank you for everything y'all do.
you're welcome.
Mr. Howard, we need to have that conversation sooner rather than later if it comes down to that.
Yes, sir.
Definitely
Yeah.
have that conversation before we get into our budget discussions this year.
Yeah.
Not that we ever want to see things go up, but we do have to take care of what we got to take care of.
I get up with them and, see what they say, if they maybe could get some more inmates to come out, especially, coming up through summer.
Yeah.
So, and I get back up with y'all on it.
Yeah, please do. That would be great.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank y'all for everything y'all do on behalf of the county.
Thank
We
y'all.
appreciate it.
Thank y'all, Commissioner.
Mr. Fonda Davis? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Doing pretty good. I have one item on here I just want to bring to your attention, and it is making a change in the organizational structure of the landfill. It's the landfill manager, so I just want to brief you and make you aware of it.
So, Mr.
Yes.
Davis, are we adding a landfill manager or are we getting rid of one? I mean, what,
No, sir,
what's the structural change, I
we
guess?
just gonna swap,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
We have one in place already, so I'm gonna remove him and put another one there.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay.
Myself is in the drop program. I'll be
Yep.
leaving within 5 years, and the guy that's under me, probably leave before me, so I'm trying to put someone in place
Okay,
for when that happens.
okay.
I'm glad to hear that, Fonda, because that's what we have to do.
Yes,
In order for them to, get a good retirement and all, that's what you need to do, is bump them up right before they get ready to retire.
Yes,
That way
ma'am.
they can have enough money to live off of
right.
when they retire. I agree with you. Thanks, Fonda.
I thank you for the clarification, because I was reading it last night. I didn't read this part until last night. I was like, well, are we talking about we changing the organizational structure? I didn't, so that's why I asked the question. I was trying to just clarify what we're doing.
Yes, sir, okay,
Okay,
I agree with that,
yeah.
don't you, Rick?
Oh, yeah.
all right.
Anyone else have any questions or concerns for Mr. Davis?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Number one, another successful Amnesty Day. It was very well organized. William was out there trying to help facilitate things, back in the trailers, help with navigating the trailers, being backed in, the guys on the machines. So congratulations on that. Another thing is, I know you were out sick, so I hope you're feeling better.
Yes, ma'am.
It's getting softball, baseball season time again, so I've had not concerns, but just requests from baseball parents for the fields to be dragged. I know I texted you back and forth about that last week, I think.
Okay,
And I think I texted you the days it could be practiced. It's practice right now, but they're out there and want the fields graded. And what I told Mr. Neighbors also applies to you in terms of help. I know you get inmates to help with your, facilitate your work and your departments. So, same thing applies to you in terms
Okay.
of staff. Because we got a county we have to provide for, parks we have to provide for. We just made all those upgrades to Vrooman. I want to make sure that, everything gets done in a timely manner, and you have the staff to do it appropriately and efficiently.
okay.
And then one more thing, Mr. Chairman. We just redid the basketball court, and Aaron can help us out on this too. There's already cracks and weeds growing up through the freshly resurfaced part of it.
Yes.
Did we have a warranty that we can get those people to come back out and fix those cracks?
No, ma'am, basically was like a temporary fix.
Okay.
In order to do it right, we just need to take everything up
Okay,
and start over.
okay,
And we can go in there, the same thing with St. George Island, we go in there, we fix the cracks and it don't last long.
okay.
Again, it's a temporary fix.
All right. Well, it still looks better even with the cracks in the,
Yeah.
cracks in it looks better, but thank you. Thanks for everything
So,
you do.
back to the Amnesty Day, I thank you for that comment on it. I wish the board will consider, again, I mentioned to you that with the new transfer station in the future coming, we're gonna need to consider about how we do Amnesty Days. We the only county within the surrounding county that does it once a month. There's a lot of debris. I did have to get started on working some numbers up, and I left it out in the report. I want to make sure I'm right when I send it to you. But we losing between the knuckle boom trucks, the Amnesty Day, and all. We probably losing close to $1 million or $500,000. I know when I looked at the numbers the other day, but I want to get you the correct numbers. Yeah. But at least $500,000 we losing between the Amnesty Days, the free yard trash, and the roadside debris pickup. Yeah. So if y'all would keep that in the back of your mind as we move forward to this new transfer station, which everything will have to be transported out of the county, and it's gonna cost more. So we're gonna have to do something with our tipping fees.
Yep, that's coming up. And Yeah, we're gonna have other conversations about trash coming up too. Depending on what actually transpires with the legislative session this year.
Yes.
But we made a request for some monies for barrier-resistant trash cans for the county. But when we start, trying to implement a program like that, it's gonna be part of a mandatory trash pickup program. You know, so that's where it's headed. And two, with us going to a transfer station, that's a discussion we need to have anyway.
Yes.
So we'll see how that all transpires, but it's all gonna have to fit hand in glove or it's not gonna work. Anyone else have anything for Mr. Davis?
Just another comment.
Yes.
After we had the sign up for softball, baseball and all that, let's look and make sure that we got adequate fields to take care of them. I know that we had a problem with the Ozone team last year. They didn't have a regular size Ozone, field that they could play on. So let's make sure that we accommodate them, whatever we may have sign up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Out there at Kendrick Park.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mr. Davis, do we still have an issue with the field not being ready for the T-ball section at Vrooman?
The T-ball field not being ready?
Yes.
It may be, but we're working on it.
Okay.
We actually putting in some overtime this week
Okay.
to try to get them ready.
Just parents asking me about it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
And I
sir.
told them, I said, we're doing the best we can. We did a lot of stuff between last year and this
Yeah.
year.
Right.
And Mr. Chairman, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Davis, but that's the only field that the FERDAP grant did not fund.
Oh, yeah,
the
that's
field.
right.
So it doesn't look as good as the other three,
No.
or other two, but, we couldn't get enough money for that. But,
Yeah.
but
You got it.
we're working,
Still better than it was.
yes, much
Yeah.
better than what it was.
Yes.
That's right.
It'll come.
It'll come, yep.
The entire complex is lighted with the Musco lighting system. So
Yes.
That's a plus
It's a
there.
lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, now, once we get into the season, Mr. Davis, those lights can be controlled and turned off at night, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just so you know, I had a parent contact me. They were out there, the lights were off. It was dark. It was, 6, 7 o'clock at night. I contacted Mr. Davis. I think you turned them on from your house, right? On your phone?
That's correct.
He
yeah.
said, they're on.
Yeah.
And the parents like, well, they're on. They came on. So that's what's so good about it. He didn't
Yeah.
nobody had to get in their car and go out there. The lights weren't left on overnight, costing the electric, that's the county electric bill, expensive electricity.
That's
So
why-
it's so nice to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's why I like Musco,
Yeah.
because that's what we've got at Kendrick Park. And I'm telling you, there ain't no better thing than being able to sit at your house and turn off and on the lights. Because they take up a lot of money when you use all that, you leave them on all night.
Well, us folks down there at Donnie Wilson Park, us poor folks, we don't know nothing about
Oh,
this.
now, oh, now, oh, now.
Oh, here we go. Next.
FERDAP grants.
Can I tell you how many days and hours and stuff that I spent on the hall?
All I'm saying is, I don't know how Musco feels.
Okay.
Well, it's new in East Point. We don't know how it feels yet either, but we're gonna find out.
I will have a awakening, I know that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may remind
sir.
Mr. Davis that last year the board did authorize that if you need temporary help or part-time help during the season, you could do that. I know you talked about overtime, but
Yeah.
that was, unless the board has changed your mind since then, which I haven't heard anything, that they prefer, even if it's just temporary for the summer, and we can figure out a salary or whatever, hourly pay, because it's without benefits.
Yes, okay.
So that's there for his,
Yep.
to assist him.
All right, anything else for Mr. Davis?
I got something real quick. Mr. Davis, I know me and you discussed the dugout bleachers, but one day, now that you're not contagious or anything, me and you'll get together and go out there. I got some plans, and I'd just like to run them by you and see what your thoughts are on it pertaining to the batting cage and whatnot, and some
Okay.
other improvements that's dearly needed out there.
Musco lighting.
Now, we'll stick with our old lights, because this other stuff's a little more important right now, but
We did.
but one day, a commissioner can dream about
Okay.
one day having Musco.
Commissioner, we did put some lights out there.
Yeah, I've seen that. They've been going in, fixing the bulbs and
Right, yeah.
doing all that. Yeah. This is just some stuff around the area right there. It's not a problem. I just want your ideas, or just pick your brain on what you think about some stuff.
Okay, you say when I'm not contagious?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Jane can tell you. But anyway, I appreciate what you do, Rhonda. Thank you.
Mr. Davis, thank y'all for everything you do for the
Yes.
county. We
Thank-
appreciate it.
Thank you all for your support.
Yep. Ms. Daniels? Back again, round
Back
two.
again, yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. I do not have any action items on our board report. However, I do have one little addition that I just want to, it's an information item. Luke Honeywell with WeatherStem has Alligator Point's new WeatherStem up and running as of yesterday, it should have been. And so if you get a chance, be sure to pull up WeatherStem online and check out the new views from Alligator Point.
Yep. Anyone have anything for Ms. Daniels?
I have. Jennifer, where are we at with the new EOC building?
I talked to Aaron last week, and what I was told was that we are waiting for, I think it's EHP to give us the go-ahead to move forward with the next step.
So that's site approval?
Yes, ma'am, I think so.
That's
Yes, ma'am.
site approval. That's the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
So do we have everything on board that we need to have to make sure that we get it through?
I assume so. But Aaron handled that part. I didn't do that part.
The one thing we need to do is we have had this money. We finally got all the money.
Yep.
And this has been a years and years project.
Yep.
And we need to move ahead on this thing.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
And
very
get it on
excited.
up. I know you're excited. And Mr. Tim, like Commissioner Ward said earlier, you know, Mr. Tim was very instrumental in doing a lot of those plans there that helped us do it. But
Yes, ma'am.
let's stay on top of it. If you need Mr. Schuler to help you or Michael Marone to help you or anything, make sure that you get in contact with them and let's get this thing moving
Yes, ma'am.
where we can have that EOC out there.
Very good.
Yes,
Very
ma'am.
good.
Yeah.
Anything else from Ms. Daniels? Jennifer, thank y'all for everything you do.
Thank
We
y'all.
appreciate it. I do have one question, I'm sorry, while I think about it. Can you explain or describe, because we're here in public, there's gonna be a change according to y'all's newsletter to the way that they do the cone coming up next year when they're doing storms? What's changing?
The main thing that's changing is normally on the cone of uncertainty, they're showing like surge values just on coastal areas. They're trying to push it to where you can see more inland actual surge values.
Okay.
Now, all of Franklin County is a zone A or B, and so our entire county's flood zone.
Yep.
But as you start to watch the cone of uncertainty this year in our forecast, you'll see how they're putting watches and warnings and more of a background reasoning as to why the watches and warnings are going more inland than just coastal.
Yeah.
That's
Well-
the biggest change, the biggest change.
And that's very needed.
Yes.
Because, yes, it was hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime storm, but Hurricane Michael was still a hurricane when it went out in Virginia into the Atlantic. After it went all the way through and all the way up, it was still a hurricane. So, yeah,
Yes, sir.
that makes a difference. Thank you, Ms. Daniel.
Thank
Okay.
you. Uh-huh. It's awesome, isn't it?
Is that Alligator Point?
That's Alligator.
Okay.
It has 2 cameras on it. You should have a bay view and a gulf view, and we are in the process of getting the equipment necessary, the poles to put up the new one we're gonna put on St. George Island.
Oh.
And we're also getting the pole to put the one up on Dog Island, and that one's gonna be a little more tricky. We're arranging transport and to get back and forth, but we're working on the rest of them, and thank you to WeatherStem. They're amazing.
Good job. Thank you, Ms. Daniels. We
Yes,
appreciate it.
thank y'all. Oh, one more
Yep,
thing.
you're good.
Your kiosk,
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to get it moved in the next week or 2.
That's cool.
Okay.
We haven't done nothing with it. It's still sitting there.
I'm gonna go and beg the planning and zoning department to let me put it there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Mr. DeWitt Polis?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Just got a little bit of information here for you this morning with the Sheriff's Department. I had talked with Sheriff AJ, and he came out and assisted me, sent his work crew out, helped us get caught up on one of the major ditches over here in Appalachia. And he's going to continue to try to help me. He's behind too, just like everybody else, but he did send the county inmates out to assist us in that project. So we'll be working with them in the next couple of weeks with some other projects. But other than that, we did have a little bit of influx of mosquitoes in East Point stuff because we continue to run our traps all winter because we want to get a good yearly idea of what's going on yearly, even during the winter. They're there, they're just not moving around much. So, anyway, but I would like to recognize, if I could, just a moment, Mr. Richard Wade, and he's the new hire, and he's already passed both of his, the Florida Public Pesticide and the Florida Core exam. And he has his own license now, so he's not working under me.
Good.
And that's.
How long has
really
he
shown-
been there, Mr. Pope?
Not long.
He just finished his 90 days. So,
Been
I
that
was,
That's pretty good.
yeah, done really good. I
Yeah.
recognize that.
Yeah.
Other than that, we're continuing our ditches. We've just about caught back up to where we should be. Same situation with the inmates, state inmates. It was with one inmate, you can't send one guy out with one inmate. So they have been giving us 2 and sometimes 3,
Yeah.
but we've been very specific about the type of inmates we need,
Yeah.
because these ditches are not just your typical ditches. I mean, these are some really big ditches. So we've caught back up, and things are moving along.
Mr. Post, did we ever get that piece of equipment to use to do that?
That, what, I'm sorry?
That was some kind of tractor or something I thought we approved
The
during the
mini
budget
excavator.
process.
We have used it. We went and used it last week over at Mr. Paul Standish's ditch.
Yeah.
He's had an issue down with a big blockage, and we did get in there and remove that blockage. But the issue is it's been extremely wet this year, and we've tried to use the machine a couple of times, and it's doing more damage, so we kind of wait for it to dry up.
Okay.
But we will be utilizing that in the
Okay.
next couple of weeks if this rain will slack off,
Yes.
dry just a little bit.
Okay,
We can utilize that a little more.
sounds good. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Post or
I do,
concerns?
actually,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman. You that ditch you had an issue with in Appalachia, which, just for information from me,
The-
which one did you?
It was the one out on Bluff Road, out there towards, I think, Big Oaks, or, the one that runs to the river. The sheriff sent his squad out there and helped us with that.
Okay.
We wasn't getting any inmates at the time. So I talked to him, he said, yeah. So he sent them out there, and they done a good job.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of it. That's why I was just trying to figure out which.
Yeah, we just didn't have enough manpower to get out there. Those ditches are, like I said, they're big. I would like to get that mini excavator in that particular ditch, because over the years, the grass and stuff have built up, and it really needs to be dug out, at least scooped out, and maybe spread the debris along the ditch. I mean, because it's not draining like I would like for it to drain.
I can tell you that ditch that runs right there out of the airport, before you get down there, before you get to Bay City Road, that main big ditch where
Yep.
we had to cut and put that big culvert in?
Yeah.
If you go in about 50 yards right there, actually right behind Tommy's Auto, the shop.
Pendleton's, yep.
It kind of dams up. I mean, you got it, a lot of, force on this side, but it dams it up so much. I mean, you can hear it sound like a waterfall.
Yep, right behind his
But
shop,
if
it
there
gets
was
really
some way
narrow.
we could,
Yeah, we need to-
get in there
we
and
need to
get
be able
that,
to
I mean,
utilize
it would
that.
probably take a lot of that water a
It
lot
would.
faster, is what I was getting at. Maybe alleviate some of, I'm not saying alleviate all, but maybe it alleviate some of the standing water that we have to wait so long to receive.
Yep. I'll get with Howard and Mitch, and we'll get out there and look at that and see if there's a way we can actually get that machine in there. I know I've been behind Tommy's actually garage. There's not much room to work there, but if we could get on the other side of the ditch, we might be able to get in there and
Well,
clean
see,
that.
I was looking at, I was having that discussion with Brian. I said, I don't know how we get some equipment. He said, well, y'all own the land.
Mhm.
I said, I don't know. I'd have to look at it. But
Yeah.
according to them, but that may be something we might want to look at, because
Yeah.
like I said, it would take a lot of that water a lot faster out
And
there.
that's the reason we got that machine,
Yeah.
so we can get in there and clean some of these places that just narrow up to the point, you can't dig them by hand. You need some kind of equipment to get in there, so maybe we can get there and utilize that piece of equipment in that particular ditch. And there's several more over in Lanark that we want to do the same thing to.
I appreciate what you do, Mr.
Yes,
Bowles.
sir, absolutely. And Mr. Commissioner Crooms, glad to finally get to meet you. Sorry I was out sick and all that
It's
stuff,
fine.
but,
I will be stopping by.
yeah, swing by.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Polis, thank you for everything y'all do on behalf of the county.
Thank
We
you,
appreciate it. Mr. Eric Lovestrand? Good morning.
Commissioners, I don't have any extra action items for you, so I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about my report.
Okay.
Sorry I sent that a little late, but I went ahead and sent it out to each of the commissioners because I got it in late to Michael.
Okay, anyone have any questions? Mr. Eric, thank you for sending your report. It's always pretty extensive. Some of the stuff you're working on, could you explain, just since we're here in a public setting, some of what's going on with the SUNS working group about the 30A shoreline?
Yes, this is something that kind of got rolling about a year ago. The Nature Conservancy spearheaded a project to work with city government, county government officials, and other stakeholders to identify infrastructure-related projects that could potentially be addressed by using what they call more nature-based solutions. And one of the primary nature-based solutions that they work with in areas to help mitigate areas along shoreline where erosion has taken place is developing something that they call a living shoreline. And we have an area that really sustained a bunch of damage during Hurricane Michael down on 30A there, where the road was taken out partly at least. And there's a couple of large scalloped areas there along the shoreline. And that was one of the primary project ideas that came up during discussion with the SUNS working group. And SUNS just stands for Scaling Up Nature-Based Solutions. And so that project has been selected out of a large list that the working group identified. I participated on that group along with a lot of other folks locally and both in the cities as well as our county government. And the Nature Conservancy is kind of getting us back together and spearheading efforts to actually go after funding for that project to develop kind of a hybrid, probably, living shoreline structure along the shoreline over there on 30A to help minimize erosional impact along that section of the shore to try to protect our coastal highway infrastructure there.
Okay.
They have actually worked with an engineering firm already to develop kind of like a pre-plan that the working group can look at and discuss further in order to try to round up some funding. There are a lot of potential sources out there that group will be looking at. So that one has some real potential for trying to address that particular location in the county.
Okay. Well, I bring it up, number one, so the public can be aware. And I bring up also number two, just to not trying to bypass anything. I'm sure they've talked about a section, they've not delineated how many feet or what kind of space because they've not really pursued the grant yet. However, I would like to make sure and mention that so that group will know. There's a couple of living shoreline projects already in Franklin County. One of them was done by Nair. It was a different kind of, they kind of put baskets or something. That seems to have stabilized that shore. It's a valid thing, and there's the one that's being done right now between Kirby and East Point, the Franklin 98 project. So it's not like some of them aren't already going on. So I say that just to say maybe the group needs to be aware that they don't have to reinvent the wheel or have come up with their own design. There's some designs already valid and being used to hopefully speed up the project is all I'm saying.
Yes, absolutely. Those groups are in the discussion as well, the ones that have worked on these other projects, and we definitely want to make sure that the board's out in front on this as well. And I talked with Aaron a little bit about when it might be a good time to actually have somebody come in and give a presentation to the board to get the idea out there.
Right.
And just make sure the public's in the loop and completely engaged on this.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Eric.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Lovestrand? Sir, thank you for everything you do on behalf of Franklin County. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
You too, sir. And Ms. Whitney Roundtree is not feeling well this morning. So commissioners, if you have anything that you'd like to discuss with her or to bring it with her, she will not be doing a report today. So next is Mr. John Solomon, TDC Administrator.
Morning again, Commissioners.
Morning.
I have no action items on my report today. I do have in your packet the study that we get from Visit Florida. each year in typically March, but we get it in February this year. It was the economic impact of tourism for Franklin County for the previous year. It takes a year to do the study, as you well know, so. But other than that, I don't have any other.
Okay. I don't know, Mr. Morone, did we have that included in our agenda packet?
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, the impact study. I didn't ever find it in mine.
I had the spreadsheet. No, just the report and the collection report.
Yes, and I noticed it late last night, and I forgot about it this morning, but I mean,
I'll go ahead and add it.
See it
I
in
don't
there.
I don't know if it was on the email or not.
Yeah, it was, I attached them with the other two. That's where I printed these out this morning.
Okay.
Yep.
So just, so everybody knows that in 2022, $460.1 million was spent by tourists in Franklin County alone. And what they consider that when they do the study is anybody that's residence is 50 miles outside of the county lines.
Yeah.
So 3 sides for us, but so that's a really large number considering 21's numbers was 384. We really saw a big jump in 2019 when it was 293, and it was a shock actually at that number. So being at 460 is a large increase.
All right. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Solomon? Sir, thank you for everything y'all do on behalf of Franklin County. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. You have a great day.
Yep. Mr. Ted Mosteller? Mr. Ted?
Good morning, Commissioners. Ted Mosteller, Apalachicola Airport, and staff, what's here. I have no action items this morning, except Michael may have one on the bid award for the fuel farm, for the apron repair.
I think that's on Aaron's report.
It could be an errors report. or
Okay.
It could be where the engineers still have it and reviewing for recommendation.
Very good.
I'm not sure yet.
Just note that it'll be coming up. I would like to say I'm proud of Scott Kelly. He's doing a good job at the airport. We're getting ready for the big inspection coming up in the 16th of April for the annual inspection from the FDOT. And the fuel farm is coming along real fine. Waiting on electric from Duke Energy at the moment. If you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Commissioners, y'all have any questions for Mr. Ted?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Okay.
So, what's up with this buried car that the mower keeps hitting?
I'm sorry.
A buried car on your report, it says that you are
Yes,
trying to.
there is a buried car out there in the area where the bulldozer has been working, and the mower keeps hitting it, and we're trying to dig it out, get rid of it.
Okay.
This is, who knows when it was done.
Okay.
Long time ago, I'm sure.
Huh.
I'm a little
Wow,
worried what else you
wow.
might find with the buried car.
Oh, we
I'm
don't
just-
want to know what we might find.
I'm just concerned how much dirt you'll have to.
Oh, there's no problem. We just took a chain to it and pulled it out of the ground.
Okay, so it's not like deep buried.
No,
deep.
it's partially, it's not completely buried, it's partially sticking out of the ground. That's the reason the mower keeps hitting it.
Okay. Just blows my mind.
That metal doesn't go work well with our mowers.
One more thing too, Mr. Chairman. I've
Sure.
got, I see on your report too that there's some issues with some maintenance that need to be done on the hangars. I know somebody that was mentioning some doors won't shut appropriately. So I see on your report that you are trying to remedy that, so thank you.
Yes, we are working on that. Matter of fact, we've already repaired some. There are others, some we may end up having to hire a professional contractor for some of this work, especially on the one it says, mentions the structural repair. The door, it's over the door, and it's, the beam is completely rusted out, and it's kind of pressing down on the door, so it's hard to open.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Ted?
I actually do. Did we, and this may be directed any direction here, but as far as the FBO building roof, did Jason ever get out there, Fisher, and check that leak out on that roof and see what we can temporarily do?
I'll go
I know
back
we
now.
were trying to, I think
Yeah.
Aaron was trying to reach out to him, but we never got
Yeah,
I
I'll
didn't
do
know
that.
where that was.
I'll ask her, Commissioner, when she comes in, she could let us know if he gave her a proposal yet, or tell her what it was.
Okay.
But I'm glad you said that. So, item H on Ted's report, roof concerns, I saw that and I was like, So I called John yesterday. Actually, I think Ted may not have realized this, but we've resolved that issue well over a month ago.
Which issue is that?
Item H, where you had, John reported that replacing the FBO roof insulation, that it would trigger a complete overhaul. FBO building has been debunked. Yes, so we.
Yes, sir. Like I said, that report has been debunked,
Oh, that's what you meant. I'm sorry. Okay. I just want to make sure we clarify that.
and he is working on a solution.
Oh, we have a
Well, we got
solution.
it.
It's- It's a done deal, yeah. All it did, it involved a statement from the building official saying what repairs could be done based on that roof repair. Steve, where we talked to Steve, he already talked to John, that's all square. We're good to go with that.
Okay.
Okay.
No issues with that project at all.
Some of them high weeds, we had to kind of. But my other question is, the big butterfly, wasn't it, did y'all get that back up in operation? Somebody,
The
I think
big what?
Buster had said that y'all had.
Big butterfly.
Butterfly?
The bush hog, the butterfly.
The cutter.
Butterfly, it's got
Okay.
wings on it.
The fold-up mower, that one is working fine. The one we're having trouble with now is the HX10. It's a 10-foot pull-behind mower that we use to mow, especially in the area that's recently been cleared because it's so rough. The drive shaft that runs from the PTO, the tractor that runs the mower, it blew apart, the universal joint, the yoke in part of the universal, and I'm having trouble getting parts. I got parts, but they don't fit, they're wrong. So we're trying to take the entire drive link off and take it up to John Deere and say, hey, replace this.
Okay, I was just wanted some clarification from myself.
Okay.
on it, But anyway, one more thing, we're done with the bulldozer, it's going back out there, but.
I understand.
Did that remedy the problem at the end of 1836?
It made it safe, but it's still rather rough.
Well, I mean, it's not gonna.
I understand.
I mean, it's gonna
Like I
take
stated
time of
here.
just cutting and going across, but as far as the stumps and the hills and all, that should be sufficient to maintain it going
Yes, sir.
forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ted, appreciate you.
Mr. Ted, that tractor you're talking about needs a U-joint. Is it a John Deere tractor?
It's a mower.
Okay, but
It's
what
the-
brand is it?
It's a John Deere also, yes, sir.
Okay. They can't tell you by the VIN code of that mower or the serial
Uh,
number what
the-
U-joint goes on it?
The mower was purchased in 2003.
Yes, sir.
And it's rather obsolete, but it's a good mower. And this U-joint just blew apart. Like I say, the yoke part of the U-joint burst. So I ordered a new U-joint and a yoke for it, but it doesn't fit. And it's the only one they list in their book. So I'm going to take the one off of the tractor, off the mower, and put it on their desk up there and say, hey, replace this.
Sounds like that conversation they have with the SEC, all these are not the same. That should not be that difficult, Mr. Ted.
I understand.
Now, if you got a VIN, I mean, I'm sorry, but I've been doing this for a little while.
Yes, sir.
Should not be that difficult. If it's a John Deere mower, they should be able to give you a part for it.
But
Well, and even if the John Deere don't have a part for it, you can cross-match it to something else.
Yeah.
Well, this may be a specialty item, I'm not
You
sure.
can cross-match it.
Most manufacturers try to make things in a way that you can't do it.
You have to deal with.
But anything that we call, and I'm sorry, I'm just digressing, anything that we call aftermarket, everybody that sells an aftermarket part, what they mean is not coming from the original manufacturer. They're paying for that patent design to make the same part. So they're having to pay them money to do it. So it is equal, and it will work. And
That's why
if
it's cross-match.
John Deere's the only one that thinks they can provide it, then they are wrong.
Well, I don't, they haven't told me that. All they did, I ordered the part from their parts book, and it's incompatible. It doesn't work at all, it doesn't fit.
Okay,
So it's the yoke, it fits on the drive shaft itself.
yep, okay. Anything else for Mr. Ted? Mr. Ted, thank you. We appreciate everything you do for the county.
Thank you very much. I'll be standing by.
Yes, sir. Mr. Steve Kirschenbaum?
Afternoon, Commissioner. Steve Kirschenbaum, Chairman of the Airport Operations Economic Development Board. Before I start, in regard to what Ted was talking about, I spoke to Michael, I spoke to Aaron, I spoke to Commissioner Amison, and I spoke to Ted. And what they're doing at the airport, they're going to do an inventory of all the equipment in advance of this auction that you're having up there on May 18th. And whatever obsolete equipment is out there, we're going to try to, with your approval, put up for auction and get rid of, and try to get the FDOT to fund new equipment so we don't have to go through the aggravation Ted's going through right now. And equipment, and this came from Commissioner Amos, and I think he's 100% right, equipment that we use periodically, we're better off renting it than having it sit around the airport and having to be responsible for maintenance and it breaking. But back to my report, I just figured I'd touch that with you guys because it would be nice to have new equipment at the airport. I was out at the airport the other day with Tom Mesher, and Ted was there. The airport, I've never seen this airport looking like that in my life. It is absolutely gorgeous. Ted and Scott are doing an amazing job. As far as this month with myself, I apologize that I did so much stuff. The only reason I did that, I'm coming into my season with my wife's business and my business, so I figured I'd just jam it and get done as much as I could. I'll be as quick as I can going through this, but I delegated the oversight of the T-Hangar complex to Tom Mesher, who's incredible, and he's the new coordinator of the AOED. And he did a hangar inspection, went through all the hangars with Ted. They found what Jessica was talking about, the problems with the hangars. And what the AOED board recommended is annually we should do inspections of the hangars and maintenance. We also, while Tom was in there, he went through the waiting list of pilots that Centric gave him who are looking for hangars. And we found out that phase 1 of the T-Hangar complex, once built, will be fully occupied at about $75,000 in income to the county. And also, when Tom was screening these pilots, they were interested in hangar space at the county. Some of them are retiring and saying, when I find a place that I could park my plane inside, I'll consider locating to that area. So that was pretty good. But Tom is doing phenomenal. Also, I delegated the educational facility part of this to George Wilkerson, and he's opened up a second line of dialogue with Space Florida, and that's ongoing, and he'll report back at the next meeting. We did meet with Commissioner Amison, myself, and Ted, and met with a representative from Tyndall Air Force Base at the site, and everything went pretty well with that, and they're thinking about potentially just putting an electronic device at the airport for training. I also met with the regional representative, Congressman Dunn's office, about potentially helping us with funding. Great guy, he's former Tyndall Air Force Base, and I think he'll be a big help. At the Republican fundraiser, I met with Senator Scott about a potential appropriation for the airport and had a follow-up with his office, and that went real well, too. Well, I said this earlier, current airport tech is inventorying all the equipment. I met with Opportunity Florida Board with an update of progress at their board meeting and thanked them for the grant for the MRO Chicago event that I'm going to. Courtney took care of my tickets, the hotel room. I'm going to be meeting with Shane and Jennifer from Florida's Great Northwest at the site, and I had a preliminary meeting with them about marketing material that they had previously prepared for the airport. Also, just for purpose of information, I met with Mary Swoop, who was formerly with Duke Energy and setting up a consulting business, and I just wanted to see how she would work for helping us with county commission approval with grants for the airport. Further, as a result of my Opportunity Florida meeting, they introduced me to Jim Dean, who was former city manager of Mariana, and he's now involved with a group called CERCAP. SERCAP's a not-for-profit, it's Southeast Rural Community Assistance. They help communities like us at no charge. And he met with myself, Tom Mesher, Commissioner Amison, Avcon, and Mary Gavin, the president of SERCAP. And they're working on trying to find us money for the Phase 1 of the T-Hangar complex. Also, I had a meeting with the commander of Eglin Air Force Base, and he's going to have a representative come out to the airport early next week just to talk with me a little further, and I invited Commissioner Jones to that. Let me get to the last part. I spoke at the Republican Committee event in Appalachia, gave an update on the airport. I worked with the AOED board at the last meeting on the T-Hangar license agreements, and we've come up with a couple of fixes. We're going to get it over to the county attorney, and to avoid this business with inspections and locks, it was brought to my attention at other airports, when you sign the license agreement for the hangar, you're given a lock from the county. All the locks are uniform on all the hangar doors. The county keeps a key. The FBO at the site gets a key, and the user gets a key. And we get them for a $50 deposit for the lock. But this way, if we look at all the hangars in the site, they should all have the same lock on them. But we'll get you the amended and hopefully approved license agreement, and then this way we could start getting proper agreements between the county and the users at the airport. One other thing, the FBO still needs a letter of direction from the county attorney to the tenant of the helicopter hangar terminating his use in a 30-day window to vacate. He hasn't got that yet from the county attorney. And we're going to be moving forward on a website for the airport that Michael had asked us about a while ago. The only action items I have is I'd like for the county to appoint a representative from the AOED to oversee and assist the FBO in the administration and marketing of the county T-hangars. And I think Tom Mesher would be incredible for that. And Michael, what's your opinion of that?
On
With the Tom Mesher appointing a representative from the AOED to oversee and assist the FBO in administration and marketing of the county T-hangars.
Like I told you and the AOD board, I would prefer that county staff is the one that's appointed to do that. Tom could assist the county staff, but I think if it's anything marketing, especially with contracts that we have, because the FBO does not have a contract with the AOD, they have it with the Board of County Commissioners.
Yes.
So that's why I told you before that I think it's a staff member that should be assigned to that, and Tom Mesher could assist the staff member.
So he could be your legs?
Yes.
That would be perfect. And we don't need a motion or anything for that, right?
No, we don't.
Okay, great. And then the other thing is, the AOED recommends maintenance of all T-hangars on an annual basis, and right now, just repairing them. And you already discussed that with Ted, and he's working on it, but we'd like to set up an annual maintenance. So that'll happen every year for whoever the airport manager is. The next two things that I had here, I don't need recommendations, I just need county commission approval with these two things with the, I put down here, the AOED board recommends moving forward with trying to secure FDOT funding for a permanent structure that can house all airport equipment, while Ted is in this temporary structure. I think we can find $500,000 on next year's FDOT budget to do something for Ted. I just like the opportunity for the AOED board to put together a package for that the county commission can say, okay, go ahead with that. So I don't need a recommendation on that right now, but that's something we're going to be working on. And the other thing is, the last thing I put down about Senator Scott's office to fund money for the runway extension in ILS, I'm just going to have, I don't even need a motion for that, but I just want county commission approval that if I'm discussing things with the senator's office, the congressman's office regarding grants, that it's okay to do that. And once I get everything put together, it goes through Michael for whoever writes the grants for the county. And I just stay on top of the person that I made a personal relationship with.
Yeah, as long as we're all aware that before we can apply for anything, it has to be approved.
Right.
You know, there can be a ton of discussion. That's not a problem. That's actually a good thing. But before it can actually be applied for, it does have to go through the county.
Okay. And right now, the group, the only thing that's on the table right now is SERCAP is working on getting us $2.5 million to complete the hangar complex, the T-hangar complex. But it's still, they're just in forward motion, there's nothing being done. And Michael, you've been following the correspondence with that. Is that okay, what we're doing with that?
Yes, it's so far. I tried to, but yes.
Okay, and other than that, I think I am all good. So my action items weren't action items, but working my butt off, and my wife's really angry at me, but next month, I'm helping her. So thank you so much. I just figured I'd give you all.
Don't make her too angry, sir. That won't end up good.
Oh, she was real angry. I slept downstairs last week for a night. But anyway, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
So we know who the real
He
boss
just
is.
thought she was angry till he said that publicly.
There you go.
Now you're in trouble, Steve. Steve, you and Ted could hold 1 second. I have one action item on my report that applies to the airport. I wanted Steve to get through with his report. Page 29, item number 1, the county received amendment for extensions of PTGA's agreements for FDOT for 2 airport projects. The first, the number is coded G2194. That's the stormwater and drainage improvement project. That deadline is extended from this June 30th of this year to June 30th of next year. Second, G2210, that's the design and the replacement of the airfield vault backup generator. Same thing, that project deadline is also extended 1 year from June 30th to June 25. So both projects have been extended till 2025.
All right, that's
Just wanted
awesome.
you and Ted to be aware of that for different reasons. Commission wants for advertising, the other is, there was another issue with it. So I need the board to authorize the chairman to sign both of these extensions for both, for the airport, these airport projects.
So, motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I know you actually go to a break right now, but before you do, I want to let everyone know that I added the 2 items that John referred to in his, they were on his email, I just missed them. They're added to your agenda now for review, and the public also has access to those via our website online.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, yes, sir. Anyone have anything for Mr. Kirstenbaum? Sir, thank you for everything you do on behalf of the county. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. The next thing on our agenda is a TDC board member request. Mr. Mason Bean, County Vaughn.
Mason Bean, thank you, Commissioners, for your time. Two personal things. Commissioner Sanders, congratulations on your new knee. I will tell you for advice, keep bending and keep moving. On the second thing with volunteerism, I will tell you that nobody volunteers more than John Solomon. So he's a good man. Hey, I'm here representing a small group of St. George Island business people, and I apologize for not reaching out to all of you sooner. I didn't want to catch you off guard. But the TDC board, we feel somewhat lopsided. We feel that there's 3 representatives from Carabel, 3 from Apalachicola, 1 from East Point, and 1 from St. George Island. The reason for this urgency is that 2 seats are coming up, and we wanted to put forth a couple of names. We know that this is a legal process, but we wanted to make you aware of this. I do have Candace Varnes that knows a whole lot more than me, and would like to present her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Candace Barnes. I'm co-owner of St. George Island Realty, and your agenda is packed, so I won't take up much of your time. You know, Chapter 125 of Florida statutes and the 2017 Franklin County TDC policies and procedures allows the board to either choose representatives for the council or submit public notices 2 weeks in a row and then 21 days to accept those resumes, and then the TDC votes on it and sends it to you for your approval. Like Mason said, we thought it might be a sense of urgency because one of the positions expires Friday and the next one expires the first week of April, which is a length of time that means that if you go the second route, there will be 2 open positions for the next meeting. However, we 100% support you if you decide to go the route of publishing notices to request resumes. We are totally on board with that. Excuse me. And I won't read, Amy Hodson and Krista Miller have extensive backgrounds with tourism on St. George Island. You have their bios. And all of that. So I won't go into reading that, but we appreciate your time. We appreciate your consideration, and we look forward to assisting you in any way we can. Thank you.
Ms. Candace. I will say that by way of discussing this, the one thing that become clear, and it was brought to me by some residents in my district. So what we have been practicing doesn't necessarily follow the statute. And I know that's fine. We have it in our policies and procedures that in particular, the 2 chambers can present somebody to be appointed, but over time, it's started to feel more like those are chamber seats, and that is not congruent with what was passed by this board by ordinance when we started the TDC, Tourist Development Council, and what's on the books with state statute. So those are the 2 seats I think that are coming up the soonest. So I think that the ask was that would be considered, that we can open it up and we can receive people from different areas, and not necessarily, because so in the current makeup, if you have whoever the county appoints is chair, or either somebody else can chair, they can appoint a chair by vote of the board, but there's still going to be a county representative there. And I have enjoyed being there as chair. I've been that chair also, but I'm not always going to be that chair. So to say that I somehow represent District 1 because I'm sitting in the chair seat really is, I represent the county. You know what I mean? So that could change tomorrow, and if any other commissioner was sitting in that seat, then there would be some representation gone from District 1. I think that was one of the things they were, presenting to me, and that's factual. Because if you go with that, and then you go with 2 municipal seats, which is by statute, then there's 2 other seats that are dedicated to either be chamber or business association or civic club or some other organization. Well, now you're down to just 3 seats that are kind of there, but according to statute, 3, no more than 4, should be collectors of the tax. So we're just trying to get it congruent. So I think that's the first discussion to have, is that, we need to make sure what we're doing as a county with our volunteer board, which is the TDC, tracks what was passed by ordinance and what was done by state statute. And that does not include necessarily a seat for the chambers of commerce. So I don't know that we need a motion for that. That's already in statute, it's already in our ordinance, but it's definitely a discussion we need to have today.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad Ms. Barnes brought that up, because in our ordinances, and I'm sure everybody's read it, it does state what Ms. Barnes stated was, agreed, we have two different issues here that we need to address. One is, the issue today is we need to, we're having some vacant seats come up. But according to our policy and procedure, and this is, I'm looking at the Franklin County Tourist Development Council's policies and procedure, under the selection process, statement of purpose, there's multiple things, but it says here, under the selection process, that a person that's currently sitting on the board may be reappointed if they want to be, and they don't have to go through a process. I feel like that needs to be changed. I feel like we have to go up for re-election every 4 years. I feel like it's only fair that if a person's sitting on the board, they have to reapply, and essentially. So that's one of the things, but I guess for today, what we need to know is that, and I have full confidence, I know Ms. Hodson and Ms. Miller are overqualified, very well qualified for these seats, and so this is nothing against them. But I feel like, according to our policies and procedures, it states, and Ms. Barnes just stated it also, that we have to go through a process, and that process is, we have to advertise when these seats become vacant. And then we have to advertise for twice, I think is what it says, I'm just reading here, in a weekly publication of general distribution in the county that meets the requirements of Florida statute, that a vacancy exists. And then you have to advertise twice, and the individual has 21 days from the first initial advertisement to apply. And nothing against Ms. Hodson and Ms. Miller, nothing against you ladies, y'all, I feel like y'all are qualified, but I feel like that we would be doing a disservice to other people that might be interested in taking up a seat on the TDC board. Has this process been followed? Have we done this? Have we advertised for the vacant TDC positions?
If we have, it hadn't been done in a long time.
So what good is a policy? It's not worth the paper it's written on if we're not following our own policies and procedures. And that's just my opinion. And again, nothing against Ms. Miller, nothing against Ms. Hodson or anybody here supporting this. But I cannot in good conscience do something that we aren't following proper procedure. So I feel like without this being done, again, there's multiple issues with this. And one of them is we, to my knowledge, have not followed proper procedure. And that's something that we need to do, just to give other people the option if they want to apply. And it's not right if we don't do it that way. And that's just my opinion. Right is right, wrong is wrong about doing the right thing. And that's just the way I feel. I do think that, on another note, we need to address some issues with this policy, because this policy, I think it was 2017 is when this was done. I mean, I know that hasn't been a super long time ago, but things have changed. And I do feel like that we need maybe readdress some of the, and I agree with the chairman in terms of the chamber seats. I don't want, I represent Carabel and East Point, and I do agree that I feel like it is somewhat lopsided with the chamber seats. So I do agree that it's not quite equal, but then I also want representation from my district that I represent as well. So I agree with what you're saying in terms of it being lopsided, but moving forward, I think that by changing some things with these policies might prevent it from being lopsided, if that makes sense. So those are just my thoughts.
My thoughts?
Yes, ma'am.
My thoughts, Mr. Chairman? My thoughts are, I agree with Commissioner Ward. I think that we need to follow the process. And I'm with you with the applicants that have already applied, but we don't know what, or the TDC doesn't know what's out there that might be out there that somebody else wants to. I have a view of the Chamber of Commerce. When this thing first started way back in the day, when it was me on there as chairman and Alice Collins and Jerry Thompson and Miss Helen Spohr and Skip Frank and a few more.
Kurt Blair, I think, started that too.
We really didn't, we were just happy to get the TDC approved by the voters to be able, and we knew. And I think that I'm not wrong, Mason, but I'm gonna ask you a question. In the years that we've had the TDC, in my mind, is there any project or anything anywhere across the county that when they came to us, or came to the TDC, that the TDC didn't fund?
No.
No?
There isn't, ma'am.
No. I mean, it's all been funded. You're looking at a $4 million budget for that TDC. There's plenty of money out there for everybody. I can understand people from the island being concerned about the lopsidedness of it. I also understand that the Chambers of Commerce represent, and I'm not a member of no Chamber of Commerce, never have been, but I also understand that the Chamber of Commerce represents all the businesses in this county, pretty much. So we're gonna have to do something to fix that, where all the business owners feel like they're taken care of, all the property owners on the island, or all the people on the island feel like that. And I wanna know who's really serious about getting down and dirty on the TDC, because this is not an easy job. It is a hard job. It's a hard job. And I know that TDC board, and I can talk to it because I was chairman of it from 2004 to about when you took care of it.
Yeah, that's right.
And I can tell you that in the times of Hurricane Dennis, and I think Commissioner Jones was saying Hurricane Michael, who was on the forefront? The TDC. Because the #1 mission of the TDC is what, Mason?
Bring tourism here, the awareness.
Heads to bed.
See, I'm not a member, so.
And I'll tell you who come up with that, Miss Alice Collins. I'm going way back. And if the people of the island feel like they're slated, that's only because it's just the way the applications and stuff done. I don't know. I never was all the way through on the application stuff anyway. But what I'm saying is there's a recourse that we can take to try to solve this problem where we don't have no animosity in the county toward people. We are Franklin County.
Thank you, we agree.
And that's it. We don't go from island to Caribou. We go everywhere across here. We want to know everybody is accounted for and accommodated. And the thing about it is, there's tax. Everybody pays taxes throughout this whole county. So, I mean, but there's a way. We got to just come up there and figure it. But my feelings is today, I would like to see it go through the process and see what the TDC comes back to us with. And, it may be something like the ARPC, where you rotate out and in. You know what I'm talking about, Ricky? Mm-hmm. Chairman? Yeah. But I mean, that's where we are. But anyway, we rotate in or out. You have, 1 year you have the Apalachicola Chamber of Commerce, next year you have the Caribou Chamber of Commerce, but I don't think you can do it that way. Just thought about it, because your businesses are different. So anyway, but that's my thoughts. We can come to a solution in this, and we don't need, and I can tell you, and I'm gonna go ahead and tell it while I'm here. I've heard some rough stuff said about some people. And in my book, we don't need to be talking about no people. We don't need to be talking about no people of what they do and what they don't do. They it's just, I don't like that kind of stuff. So I don't believe in getting up on somebody else's back to climb the ladder, in other words, and pushing somebody down. And that's the way I feel, and that's just my feelings.
Our intention was not to be critical of anybody. I think with the application process and this process, you get the best candidates for the best job.
Yeah.
And even if it ends up being lopsided, but you still got the best candidates for the county.
Yeah.
So that's where we follow your procedures.
Well, and
We're on board.
And you answered my question, Mace, that the TDC, although you did not have the numbers that are on there, like from every other region in the county, you still got what you needed for, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's not about looking at St. George Island, Appalachia. It's about the need and the accommodations.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're good. The only thing I will add to that, it hasn't been said today, but I've heard it, I wouldn't say 1,000 times, but I've probably heard a bunch of times, that this discussion, and I've heard it from people at CarQuest, I just want to clarify before I go forward, is all about who collects the tax. Well, no, it's not about that. But I tell you what it is about. It's about the community that bears the burden of the number of people in it.
Yeah.
You know, the community that's seeing the influx when the county doubles in size. It's not really about the amount of dollars being generated, but it's about the number of people who are there. And the accommodations and dealing with all that situation and trying to deal with that, even though we're very limited in TDC statute of what we can use for infrastructure, our infrastructure needs a lot of help. That's why we've been working through our lobbyists to try to get some of that changed. It might not happen this session, but hopefully we're gonna have it really keyed up and ready to go at the next session to talk about.
Yeah.
Because we'll never collect the 10 million that the statute requires us to collect. You know, we do good, but we don't do that good. So there's a lot of things we can't do with the money that other counties that do produce that much can do what they want to. They can pave roads, they can do stormwater, they can do water and sewer, and all kinds of stuff for basic infrastructure, which when we have that many people coming in this county and tourism's our number one, Mr. Solomon talked about it earlier. It is busting the charts for everybody else. Nobody's doing what we're doing. Nobody in this state's doing what we're doing. During COVID, when there was a shutdown for 2 months, we still had an increase from the year before, even though we were shut down for 2 months. No, everybody else was minus 40. Nobody's doing what we're doing, but nobody else has a tourism economy like we have either. A lot of, with the baby being shut down, it's a lot of tourism. So the discussion isn't really about who collects the tax, but it is about the community that's receiving the brunt of the amount of inflow of visitors. So I just want to clarify that. Anyone else?
No, please, after you.
Make sure you're loud now. We want to hear you.
First off, thank you, Candy and Mason, for presentation. We realize that, or I realize, I'm sure the board does too, you know, that the chamber are not entitled to those seats, okay? However, we can't have the perception of that we are handpicking and bypassing our policy and procedures. Ms. Miller and Ms. Hodgson, I read your resume. Phenomenal. Good. But with what we have in place currently, like Commissioner Ward said, you know, we need to relook at our policy. So for those reasons, I feel like we should follow our process and run for advertisement.
My turn. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't even know where to start, but I'm gonna just jump in here. To begin with, y'all know I'm, from the very beginning, you can look at how I voice my opinion as far as advertisement, like going back to the airport boards and whatnot. So yeah, I agree with that. We need to do, I do think we need to follow policy. But there's something else we as commissioners need to sit here and think about, and I've heard this discussion about chamber seats, this and that. Who do we contract to? We contract TDC out to the chamber of Apalachicola, to be specific. Now, keep in mind, and I've told some people this, but for the first year and whatever few months I've been in office, my biggest battle with most people, the common voters and citizens in the county, is they cannot stand the TDC tax. And it just blows my mind because that's the one tax that don't affect anybody sitting out there. Well, raise your hand if you're a tourist, but you know what I mean. I mean, with the exception of people coming in and getting a room, that's the only people that it affects. It don't hit you in the grocery store, the gas pumps, or anything. So our community should be behind TDC, if you know what I mean. But now the perception is, you know, perception's perception with people. They're gonna think what they wanna think. But at the end of the day, when you're sitting there looking at the board, the TDC board is comprised of you know, how many, you know, we got your, we got three chamber?
2 chambers.
Who was that?
Currently, it's Clark Klinkenberg, and for Carabel, and,
Yeah, that's the seat, that's the appointed
Yeah.
thing.
Mhm.
Now add to the fact that also that we have a municipality that happens to be the president of the chamber. You see what I'm saying? We just got a big influx of chamber members. That's where people are getting frustrated. And I myself don't really feel very comfortable with it. I would rather see those seats get spread out personally. But I do think we need to follow process and have the advertisement and reconsider, but I think we need to just take those chamber seats away. That's my opinion. I know some of y'all may not share that, but I'm just looking at the overall eyes on it. I mean, it just doesn't look very inclusive, you know, if that makes sense. And I hope I am making sense. Sometimes I don't articulate very well, but that's where I have the hang up at personally. Because I don't, for one, don't wanna sit here and, you know, try to get more people to get and support TDC in the community and whatnot, and then turn around and us get any type of bad press down the road because, you know, things don't quite look so great. You know what I'm saying? As far as the structure. So that's one concern we as commissioners need to kind of sit back and look at, I feel. But I do agree with Commissioner Ward. We need to follow the process and put it out. And as far as the immediate seat that's fixing to come up Friday, I think Candy said, that is the Appalachia Chamber seat. And I feel more than confident that the person that's sitting on that would extend another month and fill that position. Now, I hadn't asked, but I'm just going off of the person that I know, and I believe she would have no issue with that whatsoever. To allow us time to do this in a proper way, and we're doing it at the 11th hour, so to speak.
And Mr. Chairman, furthermore, I don't know who's responsible, because it seems like last year we're kind of in the same boat. I know it was a different issue, but how do we know when these seats come up? I mean, like, who's responsible for saying, hey, and I mean, I can't keep up with everything. It's big enough to keep up with what I have on my plate, as well as the other commissioners. So whose responsibility is it to say, okay, hey guys, you know, at an upcoming meeting we need to advertise for some upcoming TDC seats that are available or are coming vacant. You know, so I felt like we failed our community in that aspect too, because here we are 3 days from when a seat's gonna be vacant. So that doesn't serve a purpose. That's a service to our citizens and the people that serve on that board. And so we need to fix that process too, to where we know and not deer in headlights when we're getting phone calls and texts and emails and about this and confusion and rumors. So that process needs to be streamlined too. And again, it all goes back to this here, the policy and procedure manual. We need to, in my opinion, look at that, revisit that, and rethink that. Just my opinion. So who's the one responsible?
The TDC is responsible.
And
The executive director.
if I may.
I mean, you don't have to answer it now, but an answer would be nice so that we'll know, hey, 2 months from now, hey, you got a TDC vacancy seat coming available. Y'all need to start preparing, because we have to advertise twice, it looks like.
Yes.
So, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, I'll speak in general. So commissioners, you all know, because you've seen it with your other boards, usually it used to be, or it is, that board's coordinator or administrator to come before the board during their report and say, hey, I have a seat coming up 30 or 60 days. You know, do we need to add? We've done it with the airport board. It's the hospital board. Not too long ago, the commission appointed a couple of people on that board. So I think the problem has been actually is that with that policy change certain things for that board. So I'll just say it. I think we ended up treating the TDC board differently from how we treated all our other advisory boards. And I think, Commissioner, my opinion, we need to get back, treat all our boards the same way. So there's no question, there's no, well, how come they get away with this and we can't, type of deal, you know? So yes, I think we look at the policy, we fix it so it coincides with the way we treat our other advisory boards, and we just proceed from there, basically. That's my quick answer, to be fair. And by saying this, I'm not, let me be very clear, like Commissioner Sanders said, I'm not saying that Mr. Solomon as the administrator did anything wrong. He was following the procedure. I think you're correct. The procedure is what needs to be fixed so that we treat all our boards the same way. Because you can have the board make a recommendation to the county commission. The county commission can accept that recommendation or go in a different direction. That is your right. But the county commission needs to be the one to appoint all members on all advisory boards, my opinion. That's how we do it everywhere else. That's how we do it P&Z. You know, it should be the same. And even members that want to perhaps resign, if I could say that, basically do another term on the board, that still should come to this board and you guys agree to renew their term or not. If we treat everybody the same, it keeps it simple, to be very honest with you.
But do it through the TDC and then it comes through the board like it always has.
And if you guys don't like the TDC recommendation, like you don't like a hospital board recommendation,
Right.
commissioners, you do what you do. This is your job. I don't want to make it sound like I'm your boss. I'm just saying that.
Well, I just,
You're not
Yeah, I'm
wrong,
just,
that's for
you know,
sure.
I'm just saying how it is, commissioners.
So do we need any emotions or actions today?
I will.
To move forward?
I'll do a motion that we send this back to the TDC to send out the application, you know, advertise the 2 seats. How about that? The 2 seats that's gonna be, okay, so, and then do that and let it, I'll make the motion to, direct TDC to go out for advertisements on the 2 seats that's becoming available in the one this Friday, the one April 1st, and accept all applications and view that and come back to us with a recommendation.
and Mr. Chairman, can we add to that motion addressing and maybe updating our policies and procedures of how we move forward?
You know, let's do that in 2 motions.
If you, I would prefer
Okay.
a separate, because, yeah.
You do that motion.
I'll second her motion.
Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, on that motion is now, I'm getting lost here, and if I'm wrong, correct me, but we're gonna send this out for advertisement. These seats need to be specific to a general area, though, correct? Or is this gonna be a countywide? I mean, can somebody at Tilton?
It could be anybody.
You know,
It'd
that.
be anybody, wouldn't it?
Mr. Chairman,
Well, see,
What
now
is
you're
it
not
to
getting
be?
equal representation.
the statute does not provide for, or your ordinance, for members on the TDC to come from a particular district, so it would be, I think countywide. The only real restriction in the state statute is that they have to meet the 6 remaining members after you get through the 3 governmental appointees. There's 6 remaining members, and then at least 3 and no more than 4 of those have to meet certain criteria. All of them have to meet the criteria of being electors of the county, and that's the only criteria. So it would be countywide.
And that's what I'm getting. I mean, we're kind of defeating the whole purpose of what we're discussing here. We're trying to get the island a little more representation. I mean, they're the ones that, you know, I mean, where's the influx of, this TDC money coming from? I mean, predominantly. It's not coming from Apalachicola. It's definitely not coming from Carabel or East Point. It's coming from the island. Those businesses over there on that island, you've got rental companies that's got, that if they want, you know, I feel as though they got a bigger say in this as far as experience. You know, I don't really like where this is going. Let's just put it that way. I mean, it's just.
Well, I think once we get the county-wide applications out, it may be lopsided, but you get the best candidates. We still feel we'll have a influx of island people
So
applying.
y'all would be good with that, Mason?
We'd be grateful, yes.
Okay, okay.
But
That's all we can ask for.
one more. Let me just ask this way, or you've got the county, one of those county commissioners has got to be the tip of the spear. by law.
Yep.
Then you have to have a municipality representative by law.
For two of them.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, you got Appalachia Caribou, because that's the only two municipalities we have in the county.
Yep.
I think Attorney Schuler said we're lucky.
Yes, no, well, we're lucky because.
But that's what I'm saying.
We only
There's
have
no-
two.
We don't have to worry about all the baggage that goes with the bigger areas.
Right.
Okay, so now we've got what,
6.
we got 6 seats out. I mean, we can simplify this. You could say, get one from Appalachia, one from Carabel, because they already have the municipality that's representing those. And then you can get 2 from East Point, 2 from the island. Now you have equal representation stretched across the board.
Or just have 2 from each area, like you're saying.
Yeah, well, how you gonna do that, though?
Well, it's the same way you're talking about though, but then if you're doing that, then you have 2 for Appalachia, 2 for Carabel, 2 for East Point, 2 for that.
He's including, Commissioner Amerson, what the chairman, including the 2 city mayors.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
So
That's why I said
that's what
you
he's
get-
saying,
you
it's
get
just
another
what you're
one
asking for,
from,
yeah.
You get 1 and 1, so that is 2.
Yeah.
That's the same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
We just went around
Just
different
different
sides of the
approach,
hill to
yeah,
get to the
same
same.
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
Now you have, fair, and I feel as though everybody's equally representative amongst the county.
Yeah.
And approach it that way. Now you got equal representation.
Mhm.
Now, I may be wrong, I'm 1 of 5, but I'm just saying.
Mr. Chairman, if I can
Yes.
clarify, I think Commissioner Amison is correct. As long as the statutory criteria are met, that's the only thing, I mean, how y'all decide to meet that statutory criteria is within the discretion of the county commission. But, you know, the threshold you can't go below is what the state statute
Right.
requires.
Well, and ultimately, the vote on all this is coming to us anyway from a recommendation from the TDC.
That's the motion in the second, yes, sir.
So,
That's what I said too.
so Commissioner, I mean, basically, I think it's a clear message sent today to your TDC board, what you're looking for. You want equal and fair representation. So hopefully, they will consider that when they receive the applications. If this county commission does not feel that TDC kind of understood what you're saying, when they bring a recommendation to you, you can say, no, this is not what we're talking about. Go and try again. That's you have that right. You're the ones that seat those appointees, you know? That's, Commissioner Amerson, does that help in the way you want to get to? I mean, the final says this, the county commission. And I think it's kind of clear today, the goal you guys want to, it's fair representation across the county. I mean, we start.
No, we're just making sure, did that answer your question or that address your concern?
We start the processes.
Before we vote on
It's
it.
like we kind of put the cart before the horse. I mean, we might need to clean this up and have actually what our policy's gonna be before we approach advertising and doing this, and doing that. I mean, if we got extended another month or so.
We could
Let's
do-
just get the policy cleaned up and then.
We can do
put
it
it out.
concurrently and see how, so that they're moving at the same time.
That ain't the way that works, though. So if you re-up a member on that board, they're re-upped.
Well, I thought we're not going to re-up the
just
2
wanna
seats
give them
that are coming
We'll
due now.
advertise.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I'm hoping that it's very clear the intentions of the county commission is not to re-up those 2 seats, that they're going to be advertised.
Okay.
You know?
They're gonna be
If-
advertised, that's my,
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. If the people sitting in those 2 seats want to be considered, they need to send an application in like everybody else. But
Yes.
as far as if I'm wrong, you guys correct me. So what I'm hearing from the board is that to let the TDC board know, these 2 candidates, those 2 seats will not be automatically extended to the current candidates. Everybody's gonna have to apply for those 2 seats.
Yeah.
The one that comes up, is it Friday, I heard, Commissioner Ward?
one of the
8.
And then, so,
the 1st of April.
correct me if I'm wrong, I wanna make sure we're all on the same page, Commissioner.
Well, I'm assuming the 2 members would continue until
Okay, that's what I want to
Until the
clarify. So
procedures
that's why
are
I was
cleaned
asking
up.
why I was
Sure,
asking.
That's
sure.
the motion.
For quorum purposes.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I missed
Yes.
that. Yes, I get you now.
Attorney Schuler, you have
Yeah,
something?
just to clarify, when a term expires on the TDC board or any of your other advisory boards, that member doesn't necessarily get automatically renewed, because I don't understand that the board has ever had a policy of automatic renewal. However, that person would continue in that seat until there is an official appointment made by the county commission. Or if they chose, my term's up, I'm walking out the door, then they
Okay.
can walk out the door. But just because they continue to occupy the seat on the expired term. I mean, they can still fulfill their duties under the law, but that doesn't automatically result in a renewal for a new 4-year term. Only a majority of the board can, renew someone's term on any of your appointed boards. But until there's some official action by the board one way or the other, that person can continue to occupy that seat. And honestly, I mean, it's worked that way for decades around
Again,
here, okay?
Mr. Chairman, that's why the
the
policy
problem.
needs to be changed, because
Yeah,
it states
the
right
policy says
here.
different.
And
That's
being
the issue.
reappointed upon notice of the impending vacancy, the Franklin County Tourist Development Council may waive the selection process and vote to forward the name of that person directly for consideration to the Board of County Commissioners in the event that an existing board member is not available to serve. Basically saying, if someone's in that seat this is how I'm interpreting. Everybody can interpret an ordinance and a statute in different ways. But the way I'm interpreting that is if, say, for example, and I don't want to throw anybody's name out here, but
You can use mine.
Clark, or you, well, you have to be on the board. Let's just say, I think somebody mentioned Mr. Klinkenberg. Is it, let's just say somebody in general that's currently on the board. If they're on that board and they want to re-up their seat or continue their term to sit in that seat on the TDC board, according to our policy, they don't have to re-up or apply. They're just automatically renewed. And if I'm reading, let me know if I'm reading this wrong or
I
misinterpreting
think that's
this.
the confusion. Attorney.
But
Has that been approved by the board, or is it just something that
In
they-
17.
2017. So that's where I think the confusion is too, and I think that's where they're talking about the lopsidedness, is because if you got the same person in there, say from Appalachia, and they're re-upping every 4 years of their term, then they could be in there for infinity and beyond. It's like us, we have to run for election every 4 years. These people need to do the same thing. And it's nothing against the people that are currently in the seats, but it takes away the opportunity from like Ms. Miller and Ms. Dodson to be able to apply, because you got the same people in there over and over. And this is nothing against TDC or Mr. Solomon or anything. I'm just going by
The policy says.
what the policy says, plain and simple.
And that's why I'm saying
That's
we
what
may
needs
need
to
to
be
look
changed.
at, fixing this policy before we.
And then apply?
I agree with that, because what's the point of,
I hear
yeah,
you now.
yeah.
Commissioner
That's
Emerson.
what I was
We
getting
can
at.
do that.
I hear you now.
But
So
the
that-
the motion is to actually send it out for advertising.
Yeah.
To
And
send the
that's-
2 seats out for advertising.
And you had a second, that's why I was
Yes.
commenting, trying to pump the brakes, and, when I say that, I'm talking about getting the policy established
Before we advertise.
Yeah.
So when people advertise, they know what they're getting themselves
I
into.
agree with that.
So
You
if
wanna
we're
go
gonna-
that
Let's
far?
go that route,
so
because
if
that's
we're
gonna be
do that,
more
let's
confusing.
Add it to the next agenda then.
Yeah, that was gonna be my motion. I was gonna motion.
Okay, hold on,
Yeah.
hold on.
One thing at a time.
So, my understanding is, I'll take back my motion in just a minute, but my understanding is that those 2 representatives that's on there now, their seats is gonna come up. They're gonna be still sitting in that seat until the TDC board
Runs the ad.
advertises and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay, we need to get this policy done and get it completed and finished, Mr. Schuler, by the next meeting.
Oh, I didn't write that policy. I would never write a policy like that.
So,
Are you kidding me?
You wanna write one?
That's not the way it's
I
been
mean,
done
who do
before.
we go-
I'll do what I'm told.
I mean,
I think that was done by recommendation of Mr. Kurt Blair.
yeah.
To be honest with you.
But that's okay. If we see something wrong with it, needs to be changed, he's the legal eagle of the county, he's got to do it.
Yes.
Cause I don't have the knowledge to do that. Well,
Yes, you do.
what
But-
I put in there, you may not
Well,
want to.
okay, so okay,
So, okay, so I, take away my motion.
okay.
She takes away her second, I guess.
yeah,
And so now you go with your
remove
motion.
my motion. And my motion then was gonna be, let's redo the policy.
So we'll have that at the next agenda.
Yes. And I don't know if we need to do a workshop or just change it.
Should just be able to change it.
Okay.
Should be able to address
Up to
what's
the
wrong
board,
with
I
it.
don't, it's not rocket science, but I
Okay.
would say if we're gonna do it for this board, do it for all of them.
So
That way you don't
No,
have
the rest of
different
them
things
are
in
able to
place.
reappoint themselves, I can assure you.
But who, so that's my motion, but with that being also said, we need to have some stipulation in here about the people that can concurrently sit, they need to re-up and reapply if they want to stay in that seat, just like everybody else. And in addition to that, we also need to have in here, who's gonna be responsible for letting the board know, like you said, when these seats are becoming available, so we're not deer in headlights look. I hate deer in headlights look.
That's
Everybody
executive-
knows that.
That's executive director.
And that's what we need to work on.
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna add to the agenda next week a discussion about the TDC, revisions to the, not next week, I'm sorry, Commissioner, next meeting to the TDC, about revisions to the TDC policy. How about that? We have the discussion. I think after that, the public, welcome to be here. They can comment on it too, Commissioner, and then we move forward with actually
And then we'll
with the
do-
revision.
okay.
After you guys have agreed to the revised, and Commissioner's word that the Legal Eagle will take all your comments. I will work with the Legal Eagle to get it done. Then you will run the ad for those 2 seats that will be timed to re-up both seats. That works?
Good with that.
Ricky, can I say something?
Yes, you can.
John, do you understand what we're doing? Okay, he's good with it. And so he knows what we're doing too.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, how about Mike and I mean, maybe this will streamline it, maybe it'll make it, y'all don't like it, but how about Mr. Morone and I get together, we propose some language, and already have it for you to look at, so you can
Good.
bat it
Yeah.
around
Yeah.
at your next
Okay.
meeting, but
Yeah.
apply it to all your boards, just everybody. That way you've got one simple, concise, this is the way we do things, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, well, all of our other boards don't have any policy like this, do they?
I wouldn't, I mean,
I don't think
no,
so.
not to my knowledge.
But there's no reason why we can't
Okay.
start after we do this
Yeah,
one.
that's
Yeah, we
fine.
could work off of this one. So, okay, so if you don't mind, Commissioner, if you guys would send me by discussion, by email, by smoke signal, any
Well, I already
changes?
said what I was gonna say, so.
Yeah, I could.
That's
I'll-
my-
I'll just hit rewind on the
Really,
recording,
really
Commissioner.
Clear idea.
Just send them to your items to me, things we'd like to change in the policy, and we'll work on it and have a draft for you at the next meeting.
Put a motion.
Then you can
I
float
thi- I
that
think I
red
did.
balloon and make a decision.
So I'll make that motion.
I second it.
All right. So we're turning this over to Mr. Schuler and Mr. Morone.
Yes.
To get the language together, to have presented us before the next meeting.
Yep.
So we can address changing what needs to be changed in our TDC policies and procedures that will actually spill over and transfer to all of our advisory boards on the structure and how things are to be approached for appointments and reappointments. Is that what I was hearing?
That's
Yes.
what I'm hearing.
Yes, sir.
And we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you're very thoughtful about thanking everybody for their service, but we couldn't be more proud of our new commission and our Franklin County government, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
We're grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Mason.
All right.
Okay, let's spend some money.
Sharon, we're doing an opening today?
Oh, yes, we are.
Got a bid on some work on Highway 67?
I can't wait until we get that project out there. Pipes was out there this morning out there screwed. I got that going.
Commissioner, we're gonna pass these out if you need one.
I got one.
Everybody's good?
It's just one, isn't it?
Today we are opening construction bids for the project is the widening and resurfacing of County Road 67 for approximately 1.79 miles from State Forest Road 166 to State Forest Road 172. Other work to include necessary drainage improvements, upgraded signage, and pavement markings with safety improvements.
Aaron, how many miles did you say this was?
This is 1.79 miles.
$2 million, that's good.
Oh, look at School Commissioner Emerson.
I say 2.2.
$2
Okay.
million, let's go.
And the first one that we are opening is Robertson Roberts, and they are located in Tallahassee, Florida. Again, Robertson Roberts Incorporated, Tallahassee, Florida. Okay, and we do have some bid alternates on this one, but so I'm only gonna read the base bid.
That base bid.
Okay, the total base bid is $1,658,047.25. Again, $1,658,047.25. Make sure sure that their bid bond,
And it does have a bid bond?
it does, yep, it is included.
Well, that's a switch. Big $2 million.
Okay, this next one is from Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC from Crawfordville, Florida. Again, Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC from Crawfordville, Florida. Okay, total base bid, $1,612,992.44. Again, $1,612,992.44. And bid bond, let's see here. Bid bond is included. And the next bid is from C.W. Roberts Contracting Incorporated from Tallahassee, Florida. Again, C.W. Roberts Contracting Incorporated from Tallahassee, Florida. Their total base bid is $1,394,131.80. Again, $1,394,131.80. And that concludes our bids open. Oh, sorry. Let's see here. Yes, bid bond is included. And these bids will actually, should be released over to Dewberry Engineers for their review and recommendation.
So moved.
Okay. A motion to approve? You second. By Commissioner Sanders. Second by Commissioner Amison. To turn this over to Dewberry for review and recommendation.
Asphalt must be coming down.
Thank God.
I was
Any discussion before we vote?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Aaron, not to interrupt, for future, let's not, and I know this isn't you, but let's, whoever we need to talk to, Dewberry, whoever, let's not make a repeat of Timber Island Road. I know that there's probably some bridges on 67. I don't want it to not be, the roadway to be a big dip when they approach a bridge. So I don't know how that happened on Timber Island, but we need to know moving forward that we have to go back and reinvent the wheel. And Commissioner Sanders has to do what I have to do and take money out of my road paving funds to fix a problem that should have been engineered and done right from the start. So that's just my opinion.
I'm
moving
like a
forward.
hawk out there, honey. I'm out there. I mean, they, how in the world did you get a dip like that in front of?
This was before.
Yeah, but what she's saying is the engineer should.
The engineer should have called it, is what should have
I
happened.
can go ahead and
Because
email
I know you
everybody.
out there hawking it.
That's what we're going through, we're going through the bridge now.
I'm saying,
Okay,
get some
okay.
contract of what they're doing.
Yeah, I thought I emailed it to you yesterday.
Huh?
I said, you know, even though she's out there, it's like, once
Sorry.
they, go into contract, this is that job that we're doing.
Okay, could
It
be.
doesn't include that transition. You're still gonna come to the pocket with, on your, out of your road fund.
Okay, just,
Yeah.
That ain't good.
That's my whole point, is we need to make sure that nobody has to do
But
that.
see, the bridge is already taken care of.
Good, good.
All right. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
and I'm excited to see that road paving prices are starting to come down.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Now we
That's
can
wonderful.
I thought
start.
it was gonna be, like you said, $2 million.
I really did. All right, Ms. Aaron, we're up to you.
Okay, Commissioners, first item on my report, at the last meeting, the board requested changes be made to the anti-displacement and relocation policy for federally funded projects, namely the CDBG program. With the CDBG housing program, there's typically a short period of time during construction, whereas the awarded families will be required to vacate their homes. This period of relocation causes an additional financial hardship for residents who meet the income and asset qualifications. The prior policy was adopted in 2017 and provided a $500 one-time allocation for moving expenses and up to $55 per month for rental of a storage unit. The attached revision to the policy will provide an additional living expense allowance of up to $1,000 for up to 3 months to not exceed $3,000 per family unit and up to $125 per month for rental of a storage unit. Board action to adopt and authorize the chairman to sign the attached revised anti-displacement and relocation policy for federally funded projects.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Discussion?
Just real quick, Aaron, just so the public is aware, this is CDBG money, the money that's coming out. This is not any of our money. This is grant money
That's
that
correct.
we're asking to increase.
Yep, yep. And as it is now, it looks like we are going to have a little bit left in the CDBG program, you know, even after they've already approved the 4 applicants that were approved. So.
Right. And also, Ms. Aaron, this is only addressing those applicants that are getting home replacements, therefore that's what's displacing them.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, next item is item number 2. The USDA is nearing completion for the review process needed for the county to assume the 2 outstanding USDA loans on the East Point Library and formally transfer ownership from the Friends of the Library Group. The goal is to close on the assumption and transfer on or before April 1st. The county has occupied the East Point Library building since it was completed in July of 2013. The county paid the Friends Group $2,700 per month for the first 15 months and then paid $2,000 per month from October 2014 until today. Last summer, the county began working with the USDA on the assumption, as the existing rates on the 2 loans are much better than today's market rates. This change in ownership will allow the Friends Group to focus their efforts on fundraising for the library's programs instead of struggling with high insurance premiums and maintenance costs, and allow the county to own the location instead of leasing. The 2 loans have an interest rate of 3.125% and a combined balance of approximately $162,554 and a combined annual payment of $11,401 per year. The county currently budgets the $2,000 per month for the Friends Group, so that would be, you know, $24,000 per year. So we feel that by making this change that it will be a wash for us. Board action to approve the formal assumption of the USDA loans and ownership transfer summarized above for the East Point Library location.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison with a second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? I do have a question, Ms. Aaron. So when it says in your report that the combined annual payment's $11,400, are we going to continue to pay at a rate of $24,000 a year, or are we going to pay the $11,000?
No, we will pay the $11,000.
Okay, so we're actually going to reduce
We
the amount
will.
we're paying.
We will reduce our amount that we're actually paying for the location. However, we do have some added expenses because
The
we would then be
insurance.
responsible for the property
Right.
insurance coverage and then also the grounds maintenance.
Okay, all right, any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, go ahead, Ms. Aaron.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item, I know that it was on my original report, however, the narrative has now been completed. So I just want to say Michael's handing out my complete report at this time. On Friday, Alan Pierce and I met with the Coastal Conservation Corps, and yesterday with Kim Miller of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Several weeks ago, FDEP staff, along with the Conservation Corps, had conducted a site review visit in hopes to begin the planting efforts at the spoil site within the next few months. The Conservation Corps, along with the Friends of the Reserve and ANER, had grown over 5,000 Spartina plants needed for the perimeter planting as part of the original dredge permit's planting plan. Unfortunately, while inspecting the site, staffers noticed a widening breach in the retention cell, and now with each tidal change, water enters the site and then recedes with sediment from the spoil reservoir. This breach is affecting the structural stability of the project site and must be repaired immediately. The original planting plan was developed over 4 years ago based upon the theorized size of the retention cell and spoil composition. The county had initially tried to get a hard breakwater design permitted and later proposed a growing breakwater concept, but the Army Corps did not feel that the project would be impacted enough by current wave action to warrant the hard structures. Now, based upon updated scientific guidance and current site conditions, it will take clusters of 10 Spartina plants instead to immediately stabilize the shoreline, and a varied vegetation footprint comprised of a mixture of Spartina, sea oak grasses, mangrove, and pine plantings will be needed for long-term stabilization, along with some form of hard structures to slow wave action. At this time, until a repair is completed on the south shore of the retention area, it will be impossible to stabilize the site along that edge. Coastline Clearing and Land Development had assisted the county with land-based removal efforts for the channel areas not addressed by the Army Corps' dredge contract earlier in the year. As now the Army Corps dredge and associated subcontractors have left the Patton Drive site, it is not possible to pull the group back for the emergency repair of the retention cell. County staff contacted Coastline Clearing to request assistance with the emergency repair of the cell and to address the remaining high hump area between the channel markers at the entrance to the channel and the incomplete section of the east channel entrance, which narrows from the specified 100-foot of channel width per the original permit. Coastline Clearing has submitted the following rates: mobilization of an excavator to the spoil site, $5,000. Excavator and operator to fix the blowout at the spoil site, $350 per hour. Excavation and relocation of sediment from channel areas to the repair breach area, $65 per cubic yard. Excavation and land-based removal of sediment from channel areas, $35 per cubic yard. At this time, it is uncertain as to how much dredge material or man-hours will be needed to buffer the retention cell and restore the shoreline stability. Board action to approve up to $200,000 be spent as an emergency repair to the East Point Channel Dredge Project to repair and stabilize the breach in the retention area and address the remaining high hump areas as left behind by the Army Corps at the proposed sole source emergency procured rates summarized above. TDC sales tax proceeds will fund these emergency repairs to the Channel Dredge Project. And one item to note, the county is now working with partners at FDEP, ANR, the Conservation Corps, and the ARPC to pursue funding opportunities and nature-based solutions to address the long-term stability concerns at the retention site.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna make a motion to approve this, but I wanna make a motion to send the bill to the Army Corps. I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
Second.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may do this in two parts. The first motion would be to accept the factual basis for the declaration of a state of emergency. And then the second motion would be to approve the emergency contract as outlined in Ms. Griffith's narrative. Because under your bid policy, if you want to declare an emergency, you actually have to declare it.
Okay.
Okay, let's take care of this then first. Oh, we got a motion.
Well, you have to actually, according to the attorney, you actually have to declare an emergency first.
I'll make the motion to determine this as an emergency.
I'll second.
All right. So we rescinded the first motion. The new motion is to declare this an emergency that needs to be done.
Yes.
And that motion was made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion?
Yeah, I don't need it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, now we need to have a motion to approve these expenditures.
The
and
emergency
hire the-
contract based on the
Contract.
terms and with the cap as outlined in Ms. Griffith's narrative.
All right, so a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I'm serious about
Then
sending it to
Commissioner
court.
Ward's
Then
motion.
Commissioner
Now you
Ward.
do.
I'm gonna make a motion to send the bill to the Army Corps of Engineers.
And I
It's
second it.
ridiculous.
And I second it.
Thank
We
you.
have a motion from Commissioner Ward, second from Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I know they probably won't
We
send
do.
us a check,
I got
but you know what, it's the prove a point.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
It's been constant.
Well-
After Commissioner Amison, I want to.
We do have documentation though where they said that we didn't need any,
Yes.
just, okay.
From them? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Mr.
we
Chairman,
did. Yes.
Commissioner Ward, would you mind amending to the Corps for reimbursement?
Yes, I'll amend my
I assume
motion to,
that's what she meant, yeah.
Well, I want to just make sure.
Okay, on the record.
Look at me.
me personally, Mr. Chairman, I'm not expecting them to submit us a remittal, but this is their fault. They did this and they caused this, and we shouldn't be having to use our money to fix it.
That's right.
And if it's in the contract that says that they were not gonna do this, then they should be held accountable and liable. I'm sick of them thinking that they've got us on little pedestals and we're puppets because of their federal government. I'm over it. I've been angry about this before, and I'm gonna continue to be angry about it. That's my 2 cents. Sorry.
You're good. I've experienced the 5 levels of grief.
Oh,
With the request for reimbursement, we need to make sure we just go ahead and provide some copies of the documentation.
Yes.
Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to probably
Yeah.
send some copies out to some other individuals that may, federally.
and I'll hand deliver that. I'll hand deliver it to Mobile.
No, we don't know if you're going to jail.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Can-
Jail's not a good look.
I can be
Not in other
PC when I
states.
want to be, but
Would you?
don't mess with Franklin County is my
Yeah.
thing. Don't mess with us. Don't think we're the redheaded stepchildren and think you can get away with us just because you think we're some two-bit hillbillies. I'm sorry, but that's the way I think that I feel when it comes to certain federal, state agencies.
No, it's not just us, from everybody I've spoke with, they pretty much treat everybody like that, so.
Well, that's not right.
All right. Any more discussion before we vote on this motion?
I think we're sus enough.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. I will say, oh, Lord, thank you, Commissioners, for all your support on this project. Listen, this has been
A fiasco.
snake bit from the beginning.
Disaster.
Everything, so like yesterday, Miss Erin didn't really highlight it, and we're working through DEP, and we're working through the ARPC, and we think we have a way forward. But now, instead of 5,000 plants, we need 50,000 plants. I don't know if you caught that in the narrative. They need to plant 10 together for them to hold, they think. So just another example of how the calculations changed from what we were originally told. You know, this is not the Corps this time, this is DEP. But the planning's not gonna be enough. So something else needs to change with that. But there is, I will tell you, it's not all doom and gloom. I do think we have a way forward with DEP, because DEP was instrumental in helping the ARPC get their grants for the Living Shoreline project they're now doing in East Point. And they're hoping to somehow piggyback off that contract to be able to address some of these needs here.
Good.
In a quicker, more streamlined fashion, just so you guys know.
And Mr. Chairman, moving forward, I know we talked about taking the Army Corps out of, I know we can't take them out of the mix completely, but in terms of maintenance dredge, let's take them out of the mix as much as we can and not ever,
Well,
ever
Yes.
have
you're
them
right.
come back and do a job that's crappy as they've done.
So here's the next stage, just so the board is aware. So talking with somebody from the Corps late last week, the Army Corps of Engineers did not have to have a maintenance permit because they're federal, they can exempt themselves from it. But to do maintenance on the site that they've now dredged for us, Franklin County is gonna have to get its own maintenance permit.
You just
Oh,
want to
they're
get
not
her
gonna
mad
have-
all over again, don't
I'm
you?
just telling you the truth.
They're not gonna help us.
But through this connection we already have with DEP and the ARPC, we might be closer to that than you think already, because there's already a permit on hand that covers most of the area, but not all of the area, and that's all I'll say about it.
Well, that's kind of mean.
Yeah, that was my weekend.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before Michael gets started, one last thing on this, people need to realize, going back to what we were talking about earlier with TDC,
Yes.
realize how much money TDC has put into these dredging projects.
Yes.
There's another reason why our community should support the TDC.
Well, with this, it'll be close to $500,000.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
I've already done the math, but what I'm getting at is, what I was getting at earlier, where I've been defending TDC for a year and some odd months, because we just don't have that community support.
Yeah.
And this is something else we didn't talk about. I know I'm probably beating a dead horse, but this is an open platform where everybody's listening to us. We're so far behind on TDC, it's crazy. We just got 3%. Gulf County said we were, what, 5? Wakulla County is at 4.
Yep.
And tell me who's visiting Wakulla? You know, I mean.
Yeah, they're for
I ain't
them.
saying- Well, I'm just saying,
It's true.
Show me a beach over there. I'm just saying.
Show me a beach over there.
Crazy. But anyway, that's all I gotta say about it.
True.
I go to the Publix in Crawfordville, is that okay?
That's fine. I got friends.
That has nothing to do with heads in
But
beds,
I
though.
can tell you right now,
I
that's
do.
exactly right. They ain't putting their heads in the bed
Right.
that Franklin County is, but we're so far behind. That's why I just wanna make sure that we have positive energy with TDC, because that's our economic engine, Franklin County. Whether you like it or not, that's what it is.
Yep,
It
it is.
So to not support it would be.
To not support
Disaster.
And I'm not talking about
Yeah,
us, I'm
no.
talking about the community.
Yes.
It'll be disaster.
Anyway, I'm gonna get off that soapbox
It-
and we are
it's like
on
you-
time for the first time ever.
It's like you
Don't
said,
jinx.
Otis. Yeah,
Stop it right
Mr.
now.
Chairman, it's like you said, Otis, they don't know what the TDC does.
Exactly, that's true.
And see, when they know that what they do, and, I'm gonna tell you something. everything that St. George Island's ever wanted, you know, as far as infrastructure money, I've been willing to give it to them because they are the receiver of the majority of the tourists in this county.
Yes.
And I realize that. But at the same time, we've got other areas in the county that needs it, and that's what we got it for. That's why we got them with a $4 million budget. You know, that's the tax they bring in, that gets brought in. So,
All right, anything else from Ms. Griffith before we move on? Did you have anything to add to that, Aaron, about the meetings we had with the different entities and the
I do.
conversations?
Michael's covering some of the
Okay.
meetings of
Yes.
his
Okay.
report. One meeting that I do want to mention is, just last week, we actually met with FEMA representatives over on the island for the SGI Fishing Pier and Access Road project.
Mhm.
We did actually get a signed damage description. That was completed. However, we still have not been obligated for that repair yet, so just want to make you all aware
Sounds
that
about right.
we are waiting again on a federal agency before we get the green light to actually make the repairs to that collapsed section of the seawall on the road, so.
okay, one question for Aaron, if you don't
Yes.
mind,
No,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chairman. Concerning Island View Park out there, have we even put in for that phase 2 of Island View Park with the bathrooms and all that?
We did request a FERDAP grant application.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when would they make their determination?
I believe it's coming up this summer. I think this summer.
It's supposed to be pretty quick. So hopefully we might get that and have the bathrooms out there and everything. Cause that is a well-used park, I'm telling you. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Every time you drive by. Aaron, so early in the meeting, I know you were listening from inside, Commissioner Sanders had asked for an update on the EOC. You said it's under environmental review?
Yes, yep, it's going through the EHP process, which is the environmental site review for the new location.
But we wanna make sure we move quickly and ahead because we have been waiting so many years.
Yes.
Cause I was in, I was out,
Yeah.
now I'm in, and we're still waiting. So, you know, that's it. So, yeah, I wanna move ahead on that EOC. It's gonna be a good thing for the county. Sure is.
Commissioner Amerson, which roof was you asked about earlier when Miss Aaron wasn't here at the
He was
airport?
out on the official roof for patching the roof.
Okay,
And I do have a call in to Jason,
So
because he was supposed to
roofs.
visit last Monday.
okay.
And also Alligator Drive, I know there were some concerns on Alligator Drive, and I did reach out to Jason White Construction. He does have access to a vacuum pump as far as being able to clear out that stormwater drain that
Okay.
was clogged.
Right there
and
at the
then-
canal.
Yep, and we're also gonna talk to him about adding a paved concrete apron in there, but we'll have to actually survey the right of way to make sure that we don't infringe on anyone's property when we do that.
Okay.
No trouble
Just
again.
want some
That
comment-
sounds good.
A little bit of comment relief. My wife just literally texted me and said the roof is leaking in the kitchen.
Oh, Jesus.
What is it with roofs? But, I'm in the middle of a roof repair, so
Oh, Lord, bless it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take
Thank-
30.
Yeah, that ain't good. Anything else for Ms. Griffith before we proceed?
When it rains, it pours.
It's pouring
Literally.
my
In the kitchen.
right now, yeah.
Inside and outside. All right, Mr. Long, we're up to you, sir.
Commissioner Ward, before I continue, please let me know when you're going to deliver that invoice. Attorney Schuler and I would like to pool our money together for the commissary in.
It ain't gonna
jail.
be pretty. It won't be
Baytown
pretty.
jail. Yes, okay. Item 1 we dealt with. Item 2, I am going to defer because I had this item written up, ready to go, and our chairman sent me an email last night that says the total opposite, that they're asking us to fill out a form for the current medical examiner to be reappointed. So now I'm totally confused. Are we moving on to a new medical examiner like they said to me?
Yes.
Or are we trying to reappoint the
Yeah.
current
All I
medical
know is the
examiner like I
email they
said to
sent
you?
me, that's why I forwarded it
So,
to you.
Commissioner, I'm deferring this until the next meeting, until I get a clarification of what's going on.
Absolutely.
I'm like, wow.
Absolutely, on medical examiner, yeah.
Okay, item 3, so I'm gonna skip most of it because the point here is when Mr. Duarte from Gulf Consortium was visiting, Aaron talked about earlier. You know, Commissioner Amerson, he talks to everybody, he doesn't need a stranger. Well, he talked himself right into being the director, the lead director for the county on the Gulf Consortium Board of Directors. And the chairman says he'll be happy to serve as the second, as the alternate. So I'm asking the board, I'm not even looking at the Commissioner Amerson because he got himself in this one, to go ahead and appoint Commissioner Amerson as the director for Gulf Consortium and the chairman as the alternate.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
He's been voluntold again.
There you go.
Aaron said this is the easiest one to do. so
It
I
is.
don't know.
No,
It
it's
is.
not.
It is.
It's,
Well, I will tell you this, they've only, since COVID, the only time you have an in-person meeting is gonna be in conjunction with your FACT conference in the
Yeah.
summertime.
Well, that-
All the, and then the other two meetings are all Zoom meetings now. They don't meet in person.
But Commissioner
They promised
Sanders,
they were 20 minutes long, so we're good.
They're not long.
Sanders will tell you, back in the day, that was a knockdown,
I
drag
was
out
fixing to
fight.
say.
Ooh, that water was rough.
oh
yeah, that was the days.
It was, it was a battle.
Yes.
Ooh. We had to go all the way down to the Keys and everywhere.
Don't make
I
him
mean, it-
try to rethink his.
I got an alternate, you know.
You do, you do.
They need to vote.
Vote, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna
Any
vote.
more discussion before we vote?
Commissioner was trying to get out of it, but we wouldn't let him.
All in favor?
Second,
Aye.
I mean,
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
All right, we just start doing it that way. Anybody opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. All
Item
right, go ahead,
4,
sir.
page 30, the Lanark Village Association, they are requesting the use of the Jane Sewell Park on Saturday, May 18th, to host a law enforcement appreciation event. The event will take place from noon until 6 p.m.
so move.
Second, or
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Cream and Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
why do they have to get, Mr. Chairman, sorry, why do they have to get permission to be in a public park?
Well, because they're wanting to,
Because
Like,
it-
shut it down.
to have, yeah, to have.
Yeah.
a park,
Okay,
have the
okay.
event.
Yeah.
Because it's the LVA.
Okay, well,
It's
thanks.
Lanark Village Association
I just
requesting
was
it.
wondering, but thanks for the
Yeah.
clarification.
They're a little, yeah,
Look at Michael, look at him.
they get a little territorial, but anyway.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything else before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Item number 5, last meeting you had a lengthy discussion about, that should be boat ramp, not board ramp, at Alligator Point. Boat ramps at Alligator Point. The board made a motion, I believe, to look at options for Sun and Sand, especially an emergency permit. Well, during the meeting, Mr. Brucker from DEP stood up and said, well, Leonard's Landing, that was never permitted. So with that, Mr. Currington said, let me check Sun and Sand and S-Curve. Well, they did a 10-year search. Neither of those boat ramps have been permitted either. In addition to that, Commissioner Sanders, as she said earlier, she was recovering from surgery, so she was not at the meeting and did not have the chance to respond or to provide her own outlook on this request. So with all that said, I'd like the board to discuss this matter further today, include with Commissioner Sanders, and kind of tell me what direction do we go in? I'm not sure if we can seek an emergency permit for something that was never originally permitted. I don't know, I'll find out if that's the direction the board wants to go in. In addition, I didn't write that down. Attorney Schuler would probably say this because he sent it in an email. There was discussion about a reverter clause at
Yeah, that's what I
FSU.
wanted to talk about.
Attorney Schuler, I'll let you do what you do.
Well, what I'm allowed to do with directions. But at the last meeting, there was a public comment that caught my ear. Essentially said that some FSU
Marine
trustees
Lab, yeah.
own the old FSU Marine Lab, and that they believed there was a reverter provision that if title was to be transferred out of that FSU Board of Trustees, then title to the old FSU Marine Lab, which has apparently a permitted ramp and a permitted channel based on what we were told at the last meeting. The title to that would then revert back to whoever private individual had donated that property to the FSU trustees, and I'm assuming they mean like the FSU University. So like I said, that caught my ear, so I went and did a title search, or had someone in my office do the title search, at no cost to the county, and the title to the old FSU Marine Lab is actually vested according to the public records and according to the records of the property appraiser in the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Fund, which is the governing cabinet, so it's not FSU. There is no evidence in the public record of a reverter provision that, as it was discussed or mentioned as a possibility. I mean, it was clearly, there wasn't a definitive, this is the way it is. It was, this is what they understood type of comment. I think Mr. Pierce is the one who made the comment, but there's no record evidence that supports either of those assertions. So I just want to make sure that the board had that correct information.
I like that information, because I always had thought, Mr. Chairman, you don't care, do you? I like that information because I had always thought that the FSU board turned it over to the Board of Trustees, which is the governor and cabinet. And that's what I've always been told for as many years as I can tell. Now, what we need to do is see how we can go about contacting the governor and cabinet and asking for some kind of a lease agreement with them or something that would allow Franklin County to be able, and the residents of Alligator Point and the whole county, to be able to use that, because I think it'd be a good thing.
Sure. And let me just clarify, during the title search that I had a staff person do,
Yeah.
In fairness, there is some record evidence that at one point that property was in what was called the State Board of Education, I think, not necessarily the FSU Board of Trustees, but like a State Board of Education. Then I think in the late 60s, there was some new law that was passed by the legislature, and pursuant to that new law, there was actually a deed of record transferring the title to the trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund, which again is the governor and cabinet now.
So that was good.
I think I was probably 4 years old when they did it, so I have no reason to know why they did it, but that's what the record is.
Well, I can remember going down there in the early days and it being used down there, so, for marine, biology and all. The other thing, let me get on here, let's take each item real quick. I don't wanna take too much time, but, I mean, this is my viewpoint on it. The Sun and Sand area, that is just limited to what we have there. And I know we've got a right-of-way in there, and there's a, place that they launch the boat. There's no way that we can expand that because you have property owners that own that. Miss Katie Court and then Paul Parker on the other side. That right there is, to me, I've sent the road department in there and like put lime rock down at the edge because they were getting stuck at the edge of it. That's as much as what I think we can do there. If we can get this, I'm gonna get to that. If we can do that, I'm gonna make a motion in just a minute on the FSU Marine Lab. Yeah, help me block my brain now. Now, on this other one, on the Leonard's Landing, now this is important to me because Leonard's Landing has been a boat ramp down there since the 40s because the Army put it in down there in the 40s when Camp Gordon Johnston was here. So, I mean, that's how long it's been there. And it's got asphalt underneath that sand, but it's old chunked up asphalt. I mean, it's old. So my idea is when I first got reelected, the week before I got reelected, I went to Panama City and I talked to some staff of the St. Joe Company about the possibility of trying to, because I'm just exploring all possibilities, because this has been a real problem for a long time. I do not think St. Joe sold the property on the waterfront between Leonard's Landing and Bay North. I do not think they did. We need to check that out, Michael. I thought I checked it out one time, I can't remember. But anyway, if we could possibly sit down with, and since then I've talked to St. Joe Company, and they kind of gave me a hem-haw, what would the county give us for like a 2-acre piece of land, which would be the whole stretch there. What would the county, and I wasn't at that time authorized to give them any kind of money numbers, So I didn't do that, but we need to get in there and see if we can do something down toward the Bay North side. I know from hearing the presentation that Mr. Edwin Locke did, and I have to say he did a very good presentation. It was also mentioned that FSU Marine Lab there at Turkey Point could be used as an access for some of the boaters and stuff, some of the clammers and stuff. That's a little bit too far out of the way for that, and they're trying to bring products. Now, do I want to go into the harbor from Leonard's Landing instead of going what I call west, and instead of going west, go east? That's getting into that critical habitat stuff, and I don't want to mess with that. So, to me, the two options that we have that, you know, I would, look at, it would be the Leonard's Landing, St. Joe, and Bay North, and it would be the FSU Marine Lab, is what I would think. And then maybe, you know, between the two, we can accommodate, because see, it's more than just people using the boat ramp. We got the aquaculture, and I got to say something on this. We've got the aquaculture project that came in 2000, 2001. At that time, it was 20-something leases. At that time, Leonard's Landing was adequate for what they needed to get out to their products out there in the water. Okay, sometime toward the end of my tenure, I think I'm saying around 2015, 2016, they sent us a letter, Department of Ag, sent the county a letter saying, we have approved 20-something more leases. But with that, it had already been done before they even told us about it. And we wasn't, I mean, we didn't have no say-so in it. I would have kicked up and said, hey, there's not adequate boat access here. What are you gonna do about it? You're approving these leases. Yeah, and what are you gonna do about it? So what I would do also is engage the Department of Ag to see what the Division of Aquaculture, of course, to see what they can do to help Franklin County out. Because it may be they may not have no land, but they sure have a voice up there. And they need to get on it. And that's the way I would take it. Now, on this FSU thing, it will probably come down to have to go before the governor and cabinet if we make that request. And do you want me to make it by motion, Mr. Chairman?
That's the best way to do it.
Okay.
That's the only way to do it, yeah.
Okay, and you write the letter and everything, Michael? You and Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all get it and word it just right to where the governor and cabinet don't have nothing to say but yes.
Ooh,
So,
that's a
I mean-
tough
I
motion.
checked my grades in school, I'm
But
not
hey.
that smart. I'll try.
I ain't through yet, but, and this is what the good Lord put me back in here for, but no, that's how I would take that. I would write the governor and cabinet, and I'll make that motion that we write the governor and cabinet and let them know there's a need for boat access, on Alligator Point, and I would ask for their, consideration of it.
Like for a lease, is what we're asking?
A lease
For
or
the all FSU.
Yes.
the old
Like, okay.
FSU Marine Lab, yeah. And then I would ask, you know, if maybe by getting in writing a letter, maybe they'll get back in contact with us and then we can do that. So,
Mr. Chairman, has anybody been down there to see what condition that?
oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've been down, I went down there right before I left office in 2018.
Well, I will say that, I know we have a motion on the board that, when I was in Alligator Point a couple weeks ago, I went and looked at the Sun and Sand. And there was a guy, bless his heart, it was really rough that day. I wanna say it was high tide. You know, a low tide, Mr. Edwin Lott showed the pictures of the hole. This was high tide. You'd think it would be easy. This poor guy, he was having so much trouble getting a little tiny John boat onto his, he didn't have the trailer backed in because just the way the tides and all were going, and it's a horrible ramp. And I looked at the other ramps too, but I'd say the Sun and Sand is like worst of the worst
It's
at
a
all.
street, it's a street end
Yeah,
condition. It's not
yeah.
really a true
It's
boat
not
ramp,
really.
yeah.
Which is probably why it wasn't permitted. But, is your motion needs a second? I'll second her motion,
That's for the
Commissioner
first
Sanders'
thing.
motion.
That's for the first part of it. Okay,
So
we
we
have,
have a motion.
letter, correct?
Yes,
that's
we have,
related to the governor and cabinet.
we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward, to have Attorney Schuler and Mr. Rowan work on crafting a letter to send to the governing cabinet, the Board of Trustees, asking them to award Franklin County a lease for the property that's known as the old FSU Marine Lab, correct? Is that right? Okay.
I
Just
don't
make sure I
know.
didn't miss nothing. All right. Any more discussion before we vote?
We have, you got,
I may have
Mr.
it
Kendrick
wrong.
back there that may have some insight.
He
He's
does.
about to burst out the
He
seams.
does. That's my
Commissioner, why are you holding your head down?
That's my baby brother.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a suggestion.
Yes.
Since that is in the name of the Board of Internal Improvement Trust Fund, if you can have it listed as surplus property, it should come to the county as a gift, not a lease. That way we
Okay.
never have to worry about that. So I would ask or suggest that the commission ask that it be placed on the surplus property list. I know that there is a strong move now on the governor and cabinet to push a lot of those properties off. Whereas 15 years ago when I was there, we were buying. Now they're into getting rid of.
Right.
So it would be, I think, in the county's best interest to have the state give that to the county for the purpose of water access in that area, and that way it keep it general. That way you're not pushed into a wedge of where you could only have kayaks or whatever, but keep the umbrella large for water access, and ask that it be surplus property and given to the county.
Okay.
As opposed to the lease.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron.
Add that to mine.
Yeah.
So you want to change the motion to reflect that language?
And I'll
amend my motion to reflect that language.
And with that-
I'll amend my second.
Anything else before we vote?
No, I was just gonna say, this is a conversation to be had with our lobbyists to help
Yes.
us approach.
But don't worry, the wheels already spinning in that direction.
I saw one down there.
The wheels already spin in that direction. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
That sounds good. Now, the other letter needs to go to St. Joe Company.
For,
And that's for consideration of getting together to negotiate some property between Leonard's Landing and Bay North.
Bay North.
And I got a contact number for
Okay.
you on that, so you can find out there.
so do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward to send this letter to, and have this communication with the St. Joe Company about some property between Bay North and Leonard's Landing. Any other discussion before we vote?
I do, Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is more for Commissioner Sanders, and you wasn't here last time, and I can't call you up and talk about this. but
Nah.
I had questions about that Leonard's Landing spot, because I always thought that was a boat ramp growing up for years. But, my only thing about it, that's the best one that would serve the commercial guys right
That's
there.
what I'm looking at.
But how are we gonna maintain that? That, because I believe the gentleman said something
He said
about
it
you're
could
not
be
gonna be able to
dredged.
dredge right there.
You wouldn't have to dredge.
Okay, that's
You wouldn't
why.
have to dredge.
So it'd just basically be prop dredging.
Well, it'd be basically just clearing it out. What I would like to do is see one of those tedder ramps there, that they just come in here, prefab, put it down there,
Okay. I was just wondering what your ideas was on it, because you live over that,
Yeah,
you
live over
frequent
that
it
way.
more, but I always, if I don't go through Sop Choppy, I'll swing by there and look, and it's always just seemed like it's a predominant wind. You're gonna get that feel, and if you're in there trying to dig out, it's just gonna be.
It's the same way Old Cotney Bay,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
boat ramp down there that we put in, but you can't help the sand shifting in. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's right.
But the one thing that I heard that concerned me using the term too much at the meeting was dredging. When you hear dredging, although we need it over here, when you hear dredging over there, oh, no, So, I mean, this ain't dredging, it's just pushing back the sand a little bit, putting the boat ramp down, It ain't, in other words, you're not gonna have to dig it down if you're getting the right depth. And see, that's what we gotta do, we gotta get a map that shows the depth of the water there. Because that way we can find the best place we need to put a boat ramp there that may not have that lateral flow and have that sand shifting in and out of there, so
I think
that-
that really the bigger thing there, though, I think they were talking more so about sediment disturbance. Because what kind of effects is that gonna have on your aquaculture? That's
Well-
something we gotta be very careful with.
Oh, yeah.
Because the last thing we wanna do is have them guys
Sure.
down here, hurt them in any way.
And it may be that way you could close out the Leonard Landing part, Leonard's Landing part, and put it over here, and it may not affect this over here as bad as what this would affect.
Yeah, just, I mean, and anything to help those commercial guys
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
I mean, because I've said it repeatedly, Commissioner Ward said it, I know we've all said it, you know, the state sits there and makes money off of leasing this stuff, but they don't provide them with any safe and adequate place to access.
They don't.
Because even if you took that, over at Turkey Creek, or Turkey Point, but if we went with if we got something set up with them where they could just strictly commercial use there, because I know they don't want all the tourists flooding in there and whatnot, FSU, but, I mean, that's me and a gentleman from the area discussed that, and that's a very hazardous run. That's a long run, but not only that, when you start throwing in wind factors and stuff like that, you
Yeah.
know, that just really wouldn't.
Well, you know, Otis, this county has always been working waterfronts all the way around it, all the way across down the road. Maybe it could be my dream one day to have that as a mini working waterfront right in there with the aquaculture there.
Oh, definitely.
Because let me tell you something, there's right out from FSU Marine Lab, there's, the salinity is right to grow aquaculture and, you know, the clams and the oysters. The Carabel River, out from the Carabel River, is good to grow clams and, you know, and all that. And so gradually and maybe slowly, we can get back in it and be who we are and who we've been, you know, and let that part of our history be able to live a little bit longer.
Yeah, to be honest with you, we just need to maintain that part of
Yeah.
heritage, because I believe we, you know,
Yeah.
just,
But
the
if we can
state's
build
not
to
very
it-
motivated
Yeah, but if we can build
to
to it.
hang on to that heritage as much as we are.
Yeah, if we
that
can build
makes
on
sense
to
you.
it, that'd be a good thing, though. If we can.
But no, this is the only time I could have this, so I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
That's exactly right, sir.
Thank you, Otis.
And so we did have a motion second, we haven't voted, right?
I was out of the room, sorry.
Yeah, we did.
Correct, we didn't vote.
Did Commissioner Croom, Mr. Croom?
Yes.
You got any comments on what I've said?
No, Commissioner Otis actually spoke on what I was thinking, so.
Yeah, but I want, because this is an issue that affects all of us, I just wanted to, in my view, knowing the area as long as I have, this to me is the best that we can do. And somewhere along the line, maybe the good Lord will smile, I know he will smile upon us, but maybe see fit for us to get one or the other or both.
Right.
You know, you're not gonna know until you get out there and try to get it.
It's true.
You know, and I saw these clammers and these oystermen struggle to get their boats in and out of there with their product on it. And I'm so proud of doing that, because I'm one of the biggest supporters of that aquaculture out there. I stood before the governor many times supporting it, but they can't keep on going like they going. You know, the and everything. So anyway, that's what I would do.
You can't get a yes or no unless you ask.
That's true.
It's true.
And then
Until it says no.
That's right.
And I like that we're asking on multiple fronts. I
That's
think
what I said.
better.
Just asking
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
all right, all in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, we'll move on, Commissioners. Item 6, on Thursday, it's a couple weeks ago, Chairman Jones, Aaron, and myself, we met with CHP to get a better understanding of their in-network coverage. I'm just gonna stop here and see if Chairman Jones and Aaron, if they have any comments about that. And after that, I wanna talk to the board about giving me the go-ahead to start talking to these consultants that were recommended to us from Ms. Mary Mayhew, and schedule some interviews where they come in front of the board and they just kind of talk to you guys, and you tell me who you like and who you don't like, we go from there.
So I will say this, I know from talking to them and sitting down with them, we were there, what, about an hour?
At least.
Yeah, they definitely are not hindering healthcare in Franklin County. You know, there's some issues for us to work through, but it's not solely on their plate, I guess is the best way to say it. But, you know, so we have some different avenues we can chase. I do think that they're a good provider. I didn't know until we're in the meeting, but I think they're actually the provider not just for the county and the school district, but actually a provider for both municipalities in the county. So that they're got a pretty big group of people here that they service through insurance needs and healthcare needs through their insurance. So it's good that we're able to provide that for our employees and across these multiple sections in the county. Now, there's some discussions that they communicated to us that they feel we could have with other medical providers to try to work things out. But I feel pretty confident telling this board and the public that they're not standing in the way of any of those discussions. That's what I got out of it. Ms. Griffin, do you anything different?
Yeah, I mean, really their issue is more of, it's geography. They're not licensed in Gulf County, they're not licensed in Bay County, and they said it would actually be a 2-year path to get there. Now, granted, you know, you can go anywhere for emergency care that you would like to, emergency admit will be, you know, it will be covered anywhere you go. Now, however, there may be, you know, hit or miss, there may be some dermatology providers over in Bay County that perhaps still bill through their Tallahassee office, but those doctors are actually still, you know, physically cited in a county that is covered. So one thing to notice with, you know, Dr. Newton, were he to come back to Franklin County and actually be based in Franklin County, you know, majority of the week, or even had nurse, you know, a practitioner under him, so long as he was actually cited in Franklin County, he would be covered. So it was more of a geography issue on that side. And then, you know, also there's, you know, they made it clear to us as well that, you know, there's not any issue as far as, you know, if Sacred Heart were to try to actually get a primary care physician here, that there was no issue there because, you know, Dr. Farr is already on the Sacred Heart Network. You know, and it's just one thing with the referrals, they just end up going to Tallahassee for the specialty care.
Yeah, so, and we did get a chance to talk to them also about several gaps we have here. So we have a medical supplies provider in East Point that can't be covered by CHP. So we're working with them to try to address some of those things. And there was other areas that Ms. Griffin brought up as well in that meeting that are gaps that, you know, just needs that we have, so.
Yeah, and we will follow up with them as well. It was actually the durable medical equipment, physical therapy, and the third one is escaping me right now.
Was it mental health? Or was
It could have been, yeah, I'll have to go back and look at my notes, but yeah, there was a third one.
Oh, and no, there is a big one
Yep.
that come up.
I was gonna remind you.
So, even though
dialysis.
Fresenius
Yes.
is located in Gulf County, maybe we assumed and we're wrong. Fresenius has a contract with CHP, so it don't matter where Fresenius is located. Our insurance, even if you are CHP, will be covered if you have to do dialysis in Gulf County. That was something new that we did not know going into the discussion.
Yeah, and that's federal law, actually.
Really
Apparently,
yes.
there's federal law that says that they must,
Cover
put in network,
dialysis.
they must cover the closest dialysis center
That's
that we
great.
have, and Fresenius is way closer. It is. It's
Yeah.
excellent news.
Yep.
So from there, I will tell you, we won't do it today, but we are gonna have a discussion about trying to help them out with that dialysis clinic in St. Joe.
We need it bad.
That's only fair. That's awesome. See, you ask questions, you get
Get
answers,
an answer.
and you didn't know
There
you
we
had.
go.
Yeah, that was a good
Yeah.
answer from that meeting.
I've got,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for all three of y'all actually that was there. Now, you were saying that CHP does recognize certain, people over in Bay County that may be still billing through Tallahassee. Wouldn't the same thing apply, just like, in our meeting with Ms. Beach over at, Sacred on the Gulf, where the problem with Newton coming back is that his billing goes through the Gulf County campus, so that would, you know, basically it's the reversal of what you just justified, or the CHP had justified for those, doctors over in Bay.
Yeah.
So we're right back to,
Well,
it won't fly. You
Mr.
know what I
Chairman,
mean?
so-
Even though he's in Franklin County, his billing is routed through that campus there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if Dr. Newton stays in Franklin County and has an office here in Appalachia, per se, let's say, he's gonna bill from this office, that means CHP should be, people who have CHP should be able to go
That-
see him
Yeah.
and get reimbursed. They-
That's not the way.
Yeah, it would be the same
you'll go
scenario
back
with
to our
Dr.
meeting.
Farr.
So, yeah, so they, we heard two different things, Commissioner. So we heard what we heard from Sacred Heart. CHP didn't act like where they're being billed from is the issue, is that they provide the service within Franklin County and they provide it for 5 days a week. So Dr. Newton could come 2 or 3 days as long as he has a practitioner or somebody else that keeps the office open. That's what they were concerned of. And to me, I kind of said this before too, and they want to make sure that all Dr. Newton's referrals will be to CHP covered specialists.
Just like Dr. Forrest currently.
That's exactly what Dr. Farr does. So CHP didn't give us the impression that where the bill was coming from is a problem, is where he's performing the services. So here's the deal. If you two are finished. So basically, I'm like this. So, you know, if I may, Commissioner Emerson and I have another meeting coming up here shortly, next week Thursday, I believe.
Yes.
Again, at
It
Sacred
is.
Heart. After that, and the Commissioner and I talked about this, and Senator Aaron, the next meeting is to have Sacred Heart and CHP at the same table, and let's work this out. Because going back and forth, that's, okay, so we've got to the point where going back and forth isn't working. We've done all we could do with that format. We need everybody at the table.
And you
Let's
need
figure
this
this out.
forward here.
But that's,
need
you
this
said,
forward here.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, it's a 2-year process, even if they do decide
To license?
to do that?
To license, as far as them going any farther from Franklin County, yes, they said it would be
Well,
a
so I
2
think
year.
they have to get approval to even do that. as
From their
well.
board.
Yes.
Oh,
Here's what,
so that-
Commissioners, here's what's really interesting. So we're talking about Bay County. So y'all know that TMH is building, it started off at a clinic, now it's gonna be a full-fledged hospital over in Margaritaville.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I turned and I asked, I said, well, what about TMH over in Bay County? No, we haven't decided yet if we're gonna bring that in network. I was like, huh? Not, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, well, if they're gonna be providing, yeah.
Yeah, so you're not sure if you're gonna do the TMH, and she told us it was scheduled to be open.
I think 2027?
2027, it's 2 years back, and they're still trying to figure that out. I'm like, interesting.
Yeah, that'd be a hard kind of sell with a customer that lives in Tallahassee that's vacationing in Panama.
Yep.
God forbid they have to go to a TMH hospital there, and then all of a sudden their insurance isn't.
What I was thinking, so, yeah.
It'll be fun.
It'll be fun, but that's where we are, that's where we're heading. So Commissioner Emerson, Aaron, myself, you are going to this next one, and then from there, we're going to have everybody at the table, commissioners. And then Commissioner Sanders is right, after that, then everybody comes in front of the Board of County Commissioners, and we all hold hands, sing kumbaya, and let's get some good health care in Franklin County.
Yeah. I think that's a good way.
Mr. Chairman, with that being said, this is a good segue to something that I think we need to look at, and this may be a big, huge ask, but we need to really look at it in the future, is, for one, insurance companies, again, they have us like a little puppet. They're gonna say and do what they want us to do, and I don't like that. Furthermore, it's getting more and more difficult to get doctors to come to our community. The cost of living's too high, it's rural, they don't have a mall to go shop at. We're gonna have to come up with a solution with, the nurse practitioners in our area and how they practice. We're losing another doctor, by the way. The pain management doctor's leaving. So, and I know a lot of people go see him. So my point and what I'm trying to make is, we need to maybe do some kind of, talk to our legislative representatives, our lobbyists, to make it some way. I don't know if there's a way we can do this, but I think there is. When you're a nurse practitioner, they're trying to legislation's trying to, you always have to work underneath a licensed physician. Well, why do they have to do that? They have all these certifications, they can do pretty much the same thing a physician can do. The only thing a physician has to do is basically sign off on what they did. And they don't even have to be in the office physically present to do that. So what's the difference in not just having these nurse practitioners have a way where they can practice themselves and not have to be under the umbrella of a physician? Because we can have a lot more nurse practitioners come to our area without doctors
And provide almost the same service.
and provide almost the same service, because we're more like, how many nurse practitioners in our area do we have practicing right now in this county?
They're all mid-levels.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How many doctors do we have? I can think of 3 at the clinics.
The problem there is, and we heard this in discussion, is that the insurance companies are only giving 80% reimbursement if it's a mid-level.
Hence the insurance companies. Why
Well,
can't
yeah,
we
yeah,
bring
but-
legislation down to hold them more accountable? I mean, let's face it, I've been in the medical field 20 years, and anytime a doctor would, or anybody would write an order for something, okay, insurance paid for it. Now it's like, well, you have, like physical therapy, you have to get however months of physical therapy to get an MRI. Then you have to prove that physical therapy don't work before they will pay for an MRI. And I've had people get injured worse and their issue become worse because they had physical therapy done. And so now they're paying more money to have to go get surgery because idiots didn't understand that, okay, well, we don't want to pay, $20 for, $500, however much for an MRI. It's more than $400. MRIs aren't cheap, but I'm just saying, my point is these insurance companies, we need to come down on these insurance companies because until then, we're not going to get good health care anywhere. The whole nation's not going to get good health care because they're dictating what health care we get and can get, and it's allowed, and it's ridiculous.
Well, I think it's currently in statute, Commissioner, that you have to be, if you're a nurse practitioner, you have to have a doctor sign it off. I think that's in state statute.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, I do. I think so. They would have to change state statute.
I think that's what she's trying to do.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, but
what I'm saying, it's a hard
That's
ask.
just for certain things. I mean, obviously, this, you're not gonna be able to prescribe certain things, but they can have a clinic.
Right.
And practice, I believe, on their own. It's just they're limited on what kind of care they can actually give without a doctor, without that MD being there.
And I understand that, but that was my whole point, is it gonna ever get to the point where we can maybe get the legislation changed to where they don't have to? And where's I guess I need to look at the statute, because that's the only thing I didn't do is look at the statute, I probably should have, but my thing is there a limit as to where the nurse practitioners go and where the doctor has to be, like in reference of location? Like, can a doctor up in California sign off on a nurse practitioner's down here's stuff? Because that's the whole point, is we lack doctors in our area, in my opinion. And we're not getting them readily coming every day. They're leaving. And so we need to make it where we can provide health care to our citizens from the nurse practitioner standpoint, because we have more of those. I don't know where legislation or not, it's just, that's my point I'm trying to make, is obviously we have statutes we have to follow, but I don't know if the statutes can be changed, just like everything else. So I don't know if that's a big task, like I said, and a big ask. But again, how do you know until you ask? They could always be told no, it's not going to happen.
Always be told yes.
Always be told yes.
So with that said, and I don't think I need a motion for this, can I go ahead and contact those three consultants and then come back to you guys and say, okay, these two are interested, it's not, I will say, I hear a lot about Stroud Water. That's a lot. I've gotten people call me and say that's a good group, but we'll see if they're interested as one of the three.
That's one of the next conversations we're gonna need to have, Michael.
Well, I'm gonna contact all three, and on the next report, next meetings, I keep saying next week, next meetings report, I'll let you know who's interested and see if we can work out some scheduled dates. And then we lock that down and get moving with that. That needs to happen sooner rather than later.
All right.
Okay, so that's done. The lease termination, I got Dr. Sanala's official lease. They're out last week. So we're gonna look at the building and let you guys know what we think needs to be done. That's in the future. SHIP update, tomorrow, Courtney and I meet with the Community Action SHIP representative. They're gonna be here. We are working as hard and quickly as we can to get that transferred to your county office. So hopefully might not be the April 1st deadline, maybe the April 15th deadline of getting SHIP under the county directly, okay? So we're working hard there. Economic development update. We met with Ms. Mary Swope, and Kirkland is best last name, right, Commissioner?
No, Kachetti. She's got a different last name, sir.
Change the name. Okay, regarding economic development, very good discussion. Actually, Ms. Beth supported Mary for. She said it's a perfect fit. So with that being said, the chairman asked for a cost proposal. As soon as we have that from Ms. Swope, I will present that to the board. And if you'd like, Ms. Swope would probably want to be here to have a discussion with you to see if we want to move ahead with that.
That sounds good.
Yes, ma'am. Forerunner program. Okay, so your floodplain administrator, Ms. Lawley, She's been searching and searching and searching, so she's found a program that assists with the county rating, the county's community rating system. That's the CRS that you guys have heard about again and again and again. And it also helps with post-storm recovery. The software, besides assisting her, it provides a public portal to help with people when they have flood, people want to know their flood zone and stuff. Each property, you click on a property, just like we do right now for zoning, it's the same thing. The software is cloud-based, and it's recommended by the state floodplain manager, and it's used in several coastal cities in Florida and throughout the country. Ms. Lawley negotiated a 6-month contract to allow for a test run. It is below your bid amount, below the 10,000 for that 6-month contract, and she's going to use it, which is really smart, to help her with her CRS, which starts now. So it's be like a real world test is what we're using it for, to see if it actually works. If at the end of 6 months she likes it, she will be at a either budget hearing or meeting around that time to seek a 1-year contract with the board. Attorney Schuler has looked at the contract. He's provided some changes he would like made. We're gonna send that to the company, and as soon as we agree on the wording, the changes to the contract, we agree to that, staff will sign it, because we could sign it under that $10,000. We'll proceed with a 6-month trial run, and we'll let you know at budget time if it's working out. But I think this is excellent for the public and for your staff. ARPC appointment. So you guys remember you appointed Commissioner Sanders and Mr. John Berry to the Technical Advisory Committee for the Regional Rural Transportation Plan. There's one more Franklin County seat, but that's appointed by the ARPC, but they are asking for recommendations. If any of you have a recommendation, it doesn't have to be a commissioner. Actually, it's not a commissioner. They have some suggestions, somebody from the road department, from your planning office. Do not send me Mark's name. Or we don't have a county engineer. Or it could be somebody from one of the cities. You know, they're just looking for some names so that they can reach out to that person, see if they're interested, and they can serve on that committee. Send me anyone that you might be interested in doing that. Item 12, Commissioner Kroom, he asked Mr. Solomon to include the new county logo on some of the TDC promotional items. You know, it's circulated a lot during events, and so it's items that you guys can help us too. You can reach out when you go places. Please, you know, hand out those challenge coins that will have our logo wherever you go, especially if you go down south, because that is tourism yourself. By doing that, you're promoting tourism, you know,
Well,
from a commissioner.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And too, Michael, if you, any event that we have that there's flowers or posters made, they have to have that logo on there. Like, if you receive TDC funding, you have to have, it's required that you have that logo on whatever your that the TDC is sponsoring. So that's a good thing.
Okay, cool.
That's a good thing.
Next, Triumph Gulf Coast, their April meeting is right here on the 10th in this room. It's been a while since they've been here for one of their meetings.
Ooh, it has, hasn't it?
It sure has.
In a couple of years.
It will be advertised, of course, that more than one or all 5 commissioners may be attending that meeting, but I'll make sure the advertising is square. That should be a very interesting meeting. Isn't the radio system coming up in that agenda?
Yep, we plan on having the radio system on there for approval,
The
actually, at the
communication
April meeting.
emergency system. that
Yeah,
was
yeah,
specific.
that's a
So,
big deal.
if all 5 of you, myself, Aaron, Attorney Schuler, Jessica, if we're all glaring at them, hopefully it's a yes. Hopefully.
Well, put me down to be here then.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay, Camp Gordon Johnson, the parade is on Saturday, 10:45. You guys know the routine, except for maybe Commissioner Kroom, but I'm sure you guys will get him on the golf cart. Commissioner Ward is bringing her golf cart.
Probably plan on bringing mine as well.
You are?
Probably.
Good deal.
My girls want to ride in the parade.
Well, of course they do. They have to throw out candy. You got to bring candy. Yeah, Commissioner. So, so we'll have 3 golf carts because the chairman has asked for Parks and Rec to bring us one of their better golf carts, not one
No,
of their,
best.
not one of their
Best.
worst.
Not better. Best. We done been through this a couple of times.
Yeah.
We could do
Sounded like a
that.
diesel.
The chairman was threatening that, he said, you know what, just give me the county car, I'm gonna go and rent one, because I'm not driving in that again.
And
So-
wasn't
I won't never forget
Mr.
that.
Chairman, wasn't the windshield all messed up? You couldn't see out the windshield?
That is right.
We all but pushed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I purposely didn't bring this up while Mr. Davis was standing at the podium, and I purposely left this until later on, everybody else was gone.
It's all good.
That was
Mr.
like a
Chairman.
disgruntled employee.
Yeah, we're gonna give them this. Just real quick, with this, you know, it'd be nice to have, and I have my own signs that I put on my golf cart, but it'd be nice if we could get a sign or something that says Franklin County Board of Commissioners or something that,
Okay.
because half the people, I don't think they
Even
even know
something
who
you
we
just put on the
were.
window or
Yeah, or
something.
just some kind
We
of,
probably need 2 or 3 of them
placard.
lined up with 3 cards. We probably,
because I don't think half the people knew who they were coming
They
in
don't
on
know
that
who it
diesel.
is.
They heard them coming, but they didn't, they was like, who are these people in this crappy
Actually,
golf cart?
I can't promise for Saturday, but let me talk to John where we can do a combined TDC, Franklin County Board of County Commissioners promotional sign that we can put on any golf cart
Yeah.
that we use in any parade from now on.
Right,
How
right.
about that?
That would be
All you
good.
gotta do is get Michelle to make it of their sign
Yeah,
design.
yeah.
It can be the size of a,
Yeah, Michael,
a
just
regular
general board
political
budget
sign.
can,
Mhm.
just general board budget can cover that one. Yeah, that'd be
I'll pay for it out of my own pocket if I have to. I just feel like we need to be, we're representing Franklin County, people need to know who we are.
Yes.
I mean, they know who we are for the ones that come to meetings, but some people may not, I mean,
I know who I am, so I'm not.
and I think they know for the most part who we
I was gonna
are,
say.
but I'm just saying, I want to show representation.
Commissioner,
I'm the one throwing the little bag of the candy out.
you know,
That's
when
the
I
best
go
way to do it,
into
though.
the grocery store or to a restaurant, I really don't want them to know who I am, but hey, it happens.
Yeah.
It happens, but okay, cool, we'll work on that. So this afternoon, guys, don't forget 5 o'clock workshop. If you hit refresh on your agenda, the presentation is loaded on your agenda right now for this afternoon's, workshop. Don't forget, that is a workshop. It is not a public hearing. There's no vote to be taken, basically. It's, making this presentation to you, you guys asking some questions, maybe you giving us some feedback, and that's that, basically.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I won't be able to come. It'll be too much for me to try to do that 5 o'clock workshop on top of this meeting, cause,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Sanders, like the last time, I'll make sure you get a copy of the recording.
tape.
Yep, I'll drop it off and you can watch it
stick.
at that point.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Cool, Captain over there, will not be here for that meeting, so it'll be on Zoom only. It'll be streamed on Zoom only.
I will say
It won't be on
this,
Forgotten Coast TV, it'll be on, just on Zoom.
Mr. Morone, Mr. Chairman, sorry. I will say this, I would have liked this presentation 2 days ago. I know it's not your fault,
Over the weekend, I tried.
but I know you did, because you and I talked about it. But if anybody coming before this board wants to present to this board, they need to do their due diligence and ensure that we have everything on the table that they're presenting to us, so that we can do our own research, look at the material, come up with our own questions and plans, because I don't know if, we may not have time to review it before they're here at 5. I mean, I'm trying to wrap this meeting up, but the point is, I don't like deer in headlights. I want to know what I'm looking at to be able to ask questions, and then presenting it, I may not have questions that I would normally have if I had time to review it
It
beforehand.
actually limits your feedback this
It
evening.
does.
Yes, I got you. Okay, I'll continue trying that.
Thank you.
Best as we can. As Attorney Schuler would say, as much as the law allows, I'll do that. What? No, I'm just kidding. I'm using your words for my advantage. I said I'll get them to do it as much as the law allows me to go after them. And finally, your next meeting date, of course, is 14 days from today, March 19th at 9 a.m. I do not think we have anything scheduled for that afternoon, but don't hold me to that. I do. Yes, we do. What do we have?
Maybe I'll be able to
Meeting.
drive by
We
then.
have something in the afternoon. We better-
Next meeting,
Hold on, let me check my notes.
What-
Let me
what-
check
oh,
my
is
notes.
it
The little
Yes.
dome houses in East Point, is that one?
the PUD, PUD
Yes,
for Seashire.
yes.
Seaside PUD. That's, but it's not in the morning. Hold on.
Same thing though.
It's at 5.
Same thing, Mr. Rome, we need that presentation several days
Yes,
before.
make sure you,
Yes.
Yeah.
and, well,
It's not on my calendar, so I can't help it.
Yep, workshop, 5 o'clock,
Some property they bought.
Seashire PUD.
If you go, okay, if you're going out.
Yeah, 5 o'clock, I'll get that.
Seashire?
Seashire? I think that's like a Holland Shire.
They
But the houses are.
bought that.
Did you just say Hobbit?
The cameras are still running, so I'll stop, yeah,
Hobbit?
But only, it was used like 30 of them.
yeah. Commissioner Amerson, you have that look.
Yeah, I'm not letting you go just yet.
Okay.
I'm like a tiger.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's my last item.
I thought that was me today.
I wanted to circle back real quick on item number 7 on your report.
Yes,
about
sir.
lease termination. Just for clarification, you know, Dr. Snall's office was asking us to store his records. Did we ever figure out what's going on with that?
So.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go, so.
Well, I've had some people ask me, and they're under, well, they were telling me where they were. I was like, look, I don't know, so we're gonna.
Talking about the records?
Yes. yes.
Oh, I'm sure my information is very old, but that issue came, I think, to me first, and I sort of raised a question mark, you know, what type of records, what volume of records, how long, what responsibility, you know, what law supports the request and things of that nature. Mr. Walker reported back to me that essentially it's a thumb drive worth of information, so it's not like it's going to take up a lot of storage space at Weems. He also reported that the only obligation is that if someone comes to Weems and asks for a copy of their records, we give them a copy of their records, and honestly, at that point, I stopped my inquiry. I don't have, and that's, geez, what, a month old or more? Forget how long ago.
So just for public knowledge, if someone needs to go get a copy, because obviously they're having to go get primary care elsewhere and need a copy of their records, they could go to Weems?
Yes.
Now, just from a county perspective, do we have any liability in that at all?
Well, I mean, people can be creative in litigation, but none that I saw that really caused me a lot of concern. I actually had Mr. Walker kick the question over to our current management company, and apparently they have experience in prior similar circumstances, and the impression I got was it was just not a big deal. My initial concern was, wait a minute, I mean, what about, you know, you're giving us private health information for people who are not our, you know, clients of Weems, but apparently that's not an issue, according to what I inferred from the managers. It's like, it's no big deal. They, and I'm sorry, I'm fuzzy on the details. I don't remember which other hospital it was, but apparently Alliant had another similar situation where another provider was closing down, and they gave their records to an Alliant affiliated, either management, like they're doing the management at Weems, or an Alliant-owned hospital. I don't remember that detail, but it just really seemed like it was not much of an issue, so I just dropped it at that point. But I know they're advertising in the newspaper about where people can go for the records, and so that, I mean, the public should already be aware of that. Is kind of my understanding.
You know, they might want to.
And it's a
put it
public
on
service to our local
Facebook,
people.
because
I mean,
think that's where-
they may not be clients of say Weems Hospital system, but I mean, they're still our local people, so it seemed like a fairly good service to provide. I mean, if they want their records, they can come get them here, but, you know, my concern was, you know, at first, you know, I guess being old fashioned, I'm like, my God, where are we gonna store all these paper records? But apparently it's just a thumb drive, so.
But the informational part, like I said, I had people asking.
Yes, sir.
But the other part, it got my wheels turning, the liability side of it. So this is all HIPAA kosher, so to speak? I mean.
That's the message I'm getting, yes, sir.
Because, you know, I know everybody's aware that when you go in there, you know, who are you, you know, the patient has to give permission
They
to
have to
share.
surrender their information,
And that's
yes.
what's got me kinda.
Oh, me too at first.
Yeah,
The
okay.
message I got back was, it seems to be fine. Apparently Alliant has managed the same type of information, records transfer in other situations, so I just basically deferred to them. I mean, that's what they get paid the big bucks for, right? So.
Okay, so they'd be on the hook if something come down with it, that, you know what I mean? I mean,
That'd
I'm
be my
just.
position. I mean, they
Okay.
were asked a question, and that was the response I got back. I mean, no sense in us recreating the wheel, that's what they're there for.
Gotcha. Mr. Chairman, one more thing. So if you get any complaints about the meeting today, so I got a notification pop up, CNN notification pop up that Facebook and Instagram had a widespread outage today. So if people complain that the meeting went out, it's not us, it's not Forgotten Coast. Facebook, you blame
I don't
Facebook and
use
Instagram why they couldn't view the meeting.
They gotta look at it on YouTube.
There you go.
The link that I post isn't direct to Facebook.
Yeah.
So even if, and I did notice, because I was over here on Facebook and it wouldn't let me log in, and I thought somebody had hacked my account. And then you sent me that.
Yeah.
And that's why I created a new password, but, yeah, it was still going.
Okay.
All they had to do was watch on YouTube.
Mr. Chairman,
So you're Facebooking on the clock?
I got a couple of items for Michael.
I monitor everything.
All right.
You ready, Michael?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
First of all, I was going through Oyster Radio. Oyster Radio was saying that the planning and zoning office was moving to East Point, but you wasn't.
Until further notice, yes, that's what I said.
Where are you gonna stay at over here if we give this to, Heather?
Well, I'm gonna, when they do the rehab, I'm gonna have to build an office back there, because the county commission meetings are gonna be here, so I have to have an office here.
That's what I was asking for. I thought all y'all were gonna be there.
And Mr. Chairman, just so you know, I don't think it's the plan for the supervisor elections to move it until after
The
the
election.
election.
Yeah, 2025,
Until
yeah.
2025. So
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
basically,
that's just my question.
I'll have two offices.
I was
Sure.
in the same, I was trying to figure out
Yeah.
Yeah.
how he was gonna
You
make
know
two
what, but it-
Michaels and two Aarons, and he said that he was gonna make an office and float.
Yeah.
But
So, yeah, Aaron and I
Well,
have
you
to
can float
have,
on over to, Carabel too now.
yeah, we have to have,
I knew that was coming.
yeah, if we have to have a, we have to have a space where we can go make copies, check, check out information as the meeting
Yes.
is going
Yeah.
live. So we'll have an office here,
Well, you
we'll
got,
share
you
an office
answered
here.
me. You answered me. The other one was, back a few months ago,
Uh-oh.
we asked for, with this, when we did Carl Ingram, rig in England, okay, I'm gonna ask for it. But we asked for the financials and income statement and we also asked for the information about the standalone, ER. Have we ever gotten that?
So if you guys remember, you had asked for the, a separate audit on both, the two clinics and the, ambulance service, basically.
Yeah.
And yes, and so there were two meetings that I said to you that, Mr.
Brian Hall.
Or
was
Mr. Hall
supposed
would like
meet
to,
you.
well, he wanted to meet with you individually first to go
Yeah.
over the numbers. And nobody said, because we were both waiting for you guys to set appointments, so let me know when you're available. And so, because Commissioner Amison asked me the same thing, and I kind of reminded him and sent him, I said, look, where I asked you guys a couple of times and nobody responded. So Mr. Hall is on standby for whenever you guys want to meet with him. Because what he's saying, because of the change in the accounting system, helping Aaron, in the change of the current system, he's gonna have to make some notes that he wants to explain one-on-one before he brings it to the board.
Footnotes.
Yes,
Well,
footnotes.
y'all, let's just be real. Now, y'all know it. Some of the numbers ain't gonna be good coming from that hospital. Now, we know that. But I don't wanna be kept out of the loop. I wanna know what's going on because that's a very important thing. But yes, tell Mr. Brian Hall that he needs to call us and make appointments, or you make appointments.
Okay.
Cause we need to get this and go ahead and we need to move forward.
Yep.
As we talked about the medical stuff today, we need to move forward on it.
Thanks for bringing that
Whatever.
up. Thanks for bringing that up.
Commissioner
Mr.
Sanders,
Chairman.
I actually, I think it was at the end of last week, or I forgot what, that's all running together, but I'd done the same. I was like, whatever happened? And he's like, well, y'all never, and I got to looking when he sent it, I was like, yeah, I kind of dropped the ball on that one
I
myself.
thought he was
but-
gonna contact.
It may have been a miscommunication, but I intend on setting that meeting up.
Okay. I can tell you what I think happened is that at the same time, we're talking about that and Mary Mayhew. You
Yeah.
remember? And you guys were like, okay, you focus on Mary Mayhew, which was rightfully so, was a good, right thing
Well,
to do.
that's
So, yeah.
what we need to know
So-
because from what I'm hearing on some of that part, the numbers aren't good.
Okay.
So-
And another thing too, we need to know this because the clock's ticking. I mean, we're already,
So,
what, we about 7 months away? No, we're less than that now.
so,
You are, hold on, I'll tell you. Go ahead, Michael.
Commissioner Sanders mentioned something about a freestanding ER. Now, we didn't mention that to him. You wanted.
Yeah, we did, on the emergency department, yeah, standalone emergency department.
Oh, so you wanted him to come up with, because
No, he was supposed to talk to us with what numbers he came up for the.
for the ambulance service and the two
Uh-huh.
clinics, that's, okay.
And that's with a standalone ER or without. It was what it's supposed to be.
I think what, excuse me, Commissioner, I'm not trying to interrupt there, but I think what she's saying is we was wanting to get it itemized, what the ER was making,
Yes.
versus the.
Oh, I did not talk
Yeah.
about the ER now, that I
Yeah.
did not.
Well, we're trying to get an idea of where,
I got it
where are
wrote
we
down.
bleeding at?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can't put a Band-Aid on something if you don't know where the
I
wound is.
got it
Yes,
wrote
yes.
down that that's what we asked for.
Okay, yeah, that I missed, I didn't do the ER, I just did the two clinics and the ambulance service is what I did with him, because, I'm sorry, it's kind of all,
Well, I
you
mean,
know.
that's easy enough. That's a process of subtraction. If you got, well, I'm just saying, I mean, you got the hospital itself, and then if you got the numbers on the, emergency, or EMT, and then the clinics, I mean, you know, we can tell, okay, the hospital's bringing in this much, and then the clinics are,
Yeah.
or, you know, as they've always told us, the ambulance is a loss. I mean, I've
Yeah.
heard that. But,
Well-
you know, it's kinda hard for me to believe. I'd like to see the numbers because
Yes.
the ambulances are running continuously and they're doing a great job, not knocking that. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, I'd like to see the numbers. And-
Okay, I'll put, Commissioner Sanders, I'll push forward with the two clinics and the ambulance service, and then I'll talk to him about, after that, let's do about this freestanding ER, because if you remember, the last time we talked about the freestanding ER is when, Mr. Walker himself was here, we
Come
were
and
talking
brought
about
us-
the building, so I didn't realize, so let's deal with what he already has prepared for you guys, let's deal with that, and then we'll move on to the freestanding ER
Yeah,
after
because,
that.
well, not really, I'm not worried about the freestanding ER. We got the numbers for all that to be built.
Mm-hmm.
What I want is the clinic, the hospital,
Okay,
and the ambulance.
I'll,
Is that what we want?
Yeah, and
I'll
I
set 'em
think
up.
we're getting kind of mixed up with this language is,
yeah,
but at the hospital itself, you've got med-surg and then you've got ER. So, I mean, if they can come up with a difference on what we're getting on patients that are admitted versus, you know, floor patients versus emergent patients that come in and say, okay, you're gone, you know what I mean? They treat or whatever. I think that's where, Commissioner Sanders is maybe, when she's coming up with the freestanding ER part of it.
okay.
It's not technically a freestanding ER,
It's
just
not.
how much money is our ER making?
Standalone, if it's by itself, what is the
As a
ER doing?
department
Yeah,
within the hospital,
exactly.
I got
That's
you,
it.
okay.
Stand alone.
Yes.
The
Yes, I got
ER
you.
Stand alone without the hospital, without the clinic, without the ambulance service.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman,
That's
do
it.
you want us to give you dates, or is Mr. Hall gonna
Well,
contact?
let me see, cause what he gave me the last time was like a week he was available, and then he would come down or do it virtually, whichever was your preference. So let me
Okay.
see when he's free, and then we could start to nail down some dates, okay? I sure will,
You want some ibuprofen? I got some ibuprofen.
because he was even going to, meet like with Commissioner Sanders over at the annex over in Carabel, which would make her trip shorter, and he was fine with that.
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
Thanks for bringing that up.
Before we transition to Attorney Schuler, I do want to share with the rest of the board, sometime next week, I hope to be able to meet with our lobbyist. He's actually going to be at his house on St. George Island, so we're going to try to meet up, either have breakfast or lunch together. And I know everything has to be finalized and signed by the governor, but it appears like 2 out of our 3 asks this year from the legislature are going to receive funding.
What is it?
The
Your,
EMS
in
station
Lanark?
and money for bear-resistant trash cans.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's what it looks like it's gonna be in the budget, so I just wanted the board to be aware of that.
Oh, my gosh.
Worth its weight in gold.
I'll be so excited. That's awesome.
All right.
Can you put up page 5 of my report, please?
Sure enough.
Page.
All right, so
Your main,
Attorney
not the
Schuler,
supplemental, your main report.
we're up to you,
That's
sir.
page number 5.
We're up to you, sir.
All right, sir. Commissioners, I'm recommending that the board consider adopting what I have termed, for lack of a better phrase, better identification tag, a harassment policy in our public buildings. I've not yet drafted that ordinance for your review, so I don't know if you want to authorize me to schedule a public hearing before or after. I'll provide you a draft to look at. I mean, ordinarily you authorize me to hold a public hearing, then I provide the draft to you, but I am recommending that you conduct a public hearing to consider adopting a harassment policy in all of your public buildings. Each of these public buildings have different legal quantifications. I mean, some of them, like now, this is a true public hearing, public setting. A lot of your public buildings, for example, your planning and zoning, and over at the clerk's office, I mean, those are, they're publicly owned buildings, but they're not the same public space as, say, a county commission meeting. And I think it is just time for the board to consider such an ordinance, so I'm requesting authorization to schedule a public hearing for y'all to consider such an ordinance.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. We have a motion to approve
Yes.
by Commissioner Ward,
I'm second.
second by Commissioner Amison. I'll say this, it's amazing, we actually made it through COVID and now we're having to address this, but anyway, that was a whole nother time, y'all, it really was. Any other discussion before we vote?
Well, I just wanna ask a question, Michael, Mr. Sheila. Does this, what is this pertaining to, though? I mean, have there been instances of harassment?
Yes, I
know
can
I
add to
just got
that.
harassed
Yeah.
a couple of days.
Mr. Chairman, if I can elaborate, yes.
Commissioner Sanders, can I meet with you privately
Yeah.
and have that
Yeah.
conversation?
Yeah.
I don't know that it's,
Okay.
I wouldn't discuss it publicly.
So,
It's
so
just
Attorney
we think
Schuler's
we're-
telling me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has it just-
All right,
He'll tell
any
you.
other
Thank
discussion
you.
before we vote?
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
The second item can be done, there are two different speed limit reductions that I'm going to present to the board. If the board is so inclined, you can approve both of them together. Commissioner Ward spoke to me about a speed limit reduction along CC Land Road over in East Point at the intersection, basically where CC Land Road intersects at the fire department at Vrooman Park. And from that point of beginning, continue to the east over to 10th Street. The request is to reduce that speed limit from its current posted speed limit down to 25 miles per hour. The second speed limit reduction is in Apalachicola. It would begin at the city limits of the city of Apalachicola, and it would then run down to what we call the roundabout over on Powell Rivers Road by the
Yeah.
airport, along what we refer to as Brownsville Road. I've provided in here a length of each speed limit reduction. On Brownsville Road, it's approximately a 1 mile section of road, and on CC Land, it's approximately 4/10 of a mile. I've provided to you the statutory authority that supports the reduction, which is section 316.189 Florida statutes, which provides that a residential district, a county may set a maximum speed limit of 25 miles per hour after an investigation determines that such a limit is reasonable. I've attached a copy of the statute if you just want to read the whole thing. Long story short, the investigation that I've done is to read the FDOT manual on the Uniform Traffic Code for the reduction of speed limits on state roads, county roads, and municipal roads. I've also consulted with the engineer at Dewberry, Caleb Brown. He concurs with me that we share an interpretation that FDOT handbook supports the reduction of the speed limit. Basically, the two areas here are the county roads. They don't connect with FDOT roads in any fashion, and they are residential areas, and there has been some issues with people speeding, as Commissioner Amison and Commissioner Ward put on the record previously. So unless the board has any questions for me, I would recommend that the board, by motion and vote, adopt the speed limit reduction on both these roads in the areas I've described. And as we did down at Alligator Point, when the golf cart ordinance was adopted, put those big message boards out and say, speed limit going to be reduced from 35 to 25. I'd go ahead and do that just as soon as possible after this meeting, because this is probably going to take Howard, like it did at Alligator Point, it'd take him a week or so to, make the signs that are necessary. The speed limit reduction under the statute does not go into effect until the new posted speed limit signs are put in place. So putting the message boards up gives the public, a week or so to get advance notice of the speed limit reduction, so nobody's calling you going, I got a speeding ticket and I had no notice. So, that's my presentation.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Crew. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, the next two items are just discussion items. At your last board meeting, the board was presented by staff with a proposal for essentially the penalty for working without a permit required by the zoning code. Now, let's distinguish that from the building code. I spoke with Mr. Steve Patterson. He says, who is your building official, Mr. Patterson, and it tells me that he is satisfied with the current penalties that are on the books for building code violations. I have taken the liberty at my own, without direction from the board, to take what you adopted or you approved it at the last meeting as a penalty provision for working without the permit required by the zoning code, and I have drafted an ordinance that takes those proposed penalties, and it changes them by increasing the potential penalties that could be enforced if someone were to basically violate the zoning code by beginning work without getting the permit required by the zoning code. I've attached to this at page 9 the proposed penalty that was presented to you by staff. I've already scheduled the public hearing on the proposed ordinance, and that public hearing will take place on March 19th on 2024. However, I did want to discuss with the board in advance of that meeting the enhancements that I had proposed in addition to what staff had proposed. For example, if you'll look on page 11 of my report, if the board were to authorize me to move forward with this draft of the ordinance, this is the penalties for commencement of work prior to obtaining the permit required by the Franklin County Zoning Code. The first offense would be issuance of a stop work order plus a double permit fee, which would have been due for the work, and a $50 fine per day commencing with the date that the stop work order is issued and ending on and including the date that the after the fact permit is issued. Upon payment of all fees and fines, the after the fact permit would be issued and the stop work order deemed lifted upon issuance of the after the fact permit. What had been originally presented was essentially just the first offense would be a double permit fee. The second offense is very similar to, that I'm proposing that the board consider, is very similar to the first offense, the issuance of a stop work order, triple permit fee, and a $100 fine per day commencing with the date the stop work order is issued, just as with the first offense. Then the third offense, again, stop work order, triple permit fee, $500 fine per day in the issuance of the stop work order. And then upon all the payments of the fees and fines, then the after the fact permit would be issued and a stop work order deemed lifted. Fourth offense would be the stop work order plus prosecution, as it says pursuant to Florida statute section 12569. I've attached a copy of the statute, but essentially that's a second degree misdemeanor. It's up to 60 days in jail and 6 months probation. And then I've also added in a proposed penalty for people who violate the stop work order, and the penalty for the violation of stop work order would be defined, or would be prosecution as a misdemeanor as provided in Florida statute section 12569. Again, that's essentially a second degree misdemeanor. The statute that I provided you a copy of speaks for itself. I provided the definition of the violation of stop work order. I do think that in addition to posting the stop work order, that we should also mail a copy of the notice of stop work order to the property owner and the contractor, and that the effective date of the stop work order shall be the date that is posted on the property, because I figure people may want to argue about that, about when does the stop work order go into effect. So I just wanted to make this presentation to the board because it is a substantially different penalty than you had discussed at your last board meeting, and wanted your authorization to proceed forward with this proposed draft, or if you want me to, I can just scale it back to what was originally presented to you by staff. But I know that we've had a lot of issues with staff, and I know the board members have publicly stated that there's a lot of problems with people working without permits in violation of the zoning code. There's been discussions about, we need a more effective penalty. So that's the reason that I have redrafted this for your consideration. So with that, I'll shut up and listen.
I do want to ask you a question about it, Attorney Short. I understand, and I think I do, why you added what you added, and I'm good with it. But I do want a little bit of clarification to make sure we're understanding the same things.
Yes, sir.
So even on the second time, it's $50 a day until issuance of a new permit or until they apply for a new permit? Because people don't get a permit the same day they apply for it. So if it takes our office another week to actually get their permit after they've got issued a stop work order, is it gonna be until they're issued a new permit, until they've applied for one?
For each offense, it's until issued. So I was not anticipating that type of a time delay, so I can modify that.
Yeah, well, that's, I think, I'm fine with that language, but I think that needs to be a discussion we definitely have with our planning and zoning department and making sure what their understanding is, because I know, just in dealing with business in general, if there's anybody I'm dealing with that tends to give me a problem or an issue, usually they go to the back of the line by course, and, then I just want to make sure we're not doing something that's punitive in it not being issued properly because there is a problem. You know what I mean? So then we're compounding it by our policy. I just want to make sure that we're, in other words, we want to correct what needs to be corrected, but it needs to be able to be addressed fairly. So if it's going to be, I think unless we know for sure, so I did something and I got a stop work order and I come and apply for the permit properly, I'm going to get that permit today or tomorrow, not next week, or I'm sorry, somebody's out sick, so you got to wait 5 days, and then they're getting charged a day waiting on us. That, I don't think would be a good look.
An excellent point, and that's why we have the collective wisdom of the board.
Yeah.
I can easily modify that language to say that the daily penalties stop upon the submission of a completed application with all the information required by the zoning code.
Right.
That's easy enough to do.
Okay, if they stop the work.
Thank you. That was gonna be my comment. As long as they stop the work.
Oh, yeah, all this is based on stopping.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because some people just, me, I love to play the devil's advocate, but I mean, sometimes the fine's cheaper than the end product. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
And that's gotta be in there as well, as long as it has, the work is stopped.
Well, that's an issue that, although we like to treat everybody the same, everybody's not the same. To some people, this triple permit fee, they're gonna say, oh, I can pay that and I get to do what I want to.
Yeah.
There you go.
Write a check. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
understand.
I'll start the check, and ain't no big deal. I'm doing what I wanna do, and ain't nobody holding me up.
So that's what I'm saying, if you go with the language and then say, hey, once you get that work order or their stop work order in, then no $50 a day, but if they're continuing to do work, then, you know what I mean? That's why we got.
No, it's gonna be a stoppage.
And I can clarify this to accommodate both Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Amoson's commentary. The stop work order stays in place until after the fact permit is issued, but the fines stop upon the submission of a completed application that provides all of the information required by the zoning code.
Or you could, to actually take it a little bit further and still be good, you could make it where it doesn't, the stop work order doesn't get rescinded until you actually receive the permit, and you paid the fines.
Absolutely, yeah, that's in here, absolutely. That is in here, but y'all provided some great commentary on some things I need to modify. And I have time to make the modifications. The draft ordinance, today's the 5th, the public hearing's on the 19th. This draft just has to be on file with the clerk's office 10 days before the public hearing, so I have time. That's why I wanted to bring it before the board today.
Okay.
So any other suggestions from the board? For me? Okay.
That's the only thing I caught.
Then the final issue for discussion, anyway, I did it. The supervisor of elections was booted out of the building in Carabel just prior to the Republican primary, and that just frankly didn't sit well with me because, and I've attached the email that was sent to the supervisor, that was copied to me, and, you know, it's very clear that they don't understand that the supervisor for elections is not the Franklin County government. The supervisor for elections is an independent constitutional officer. She had to sign what I would view as an emergency lease to occupy that building for 3 days so that she would be able to conduct the Republican primary. I've suggested to Mr. Morone that we look at the Garden Club building, I think it's called, over in Carroll, that's recently been transferred over to us as a more permanent location, but that's something that ultimately is in the purview of the supervisor. If she doesn't find it to be suitable, then we'll have to look somewhere else. So, I mean, we got that building, it's right across the street from the existing polling place where people are used to going. It just makes sense to me, but it just seemed important enough to bring it up to the board for discussion. I'm sorry, it just did.
Just a point to be made too, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. We've had voting there ever since the building's been built. Now, that is ridiculous, all because they're upset with Commissioner Ward and a couple of more of us. You know, I mean, and that's the way they're gonna take it out. Now, that's just pitiful. That's pitiful.
And Mr. Chairman, just so the public is aware, this all stemmed from, and I'm gonna try to be not as hot as I've been today in terms of talking and discussing things, but this all stems from when there were two, and I didn't know there were two different senior citizen center until the funding got pulled from the one, which was the Garden Center. So basically you had the old Carabellians and the new Carabellians, and the old Carabellians, they separated because this one senior center they didn't all agree, so they separated, okay? And then when they pulled the funding, Mr. Morone and I went and met with them about seeing if they would, you know, allow, it's a Franklin County Senior Citizen Center. We were giving them money out of our budget every year to fund the center for the senior citizens of Franklin County.
Yeah.
Well, they want to dictate what senior citizens go there, and that's not right. It's either one for all or none for all, and I'm just sorry, you're not going to discriminate against, you say Franklin County senior citizens, you're not going to get to pick and choose what senior citizens you want in and out of that building. And so now they're trying to be vindictive and charging our supervisor of elections. She's just trying to do her job on an election, for Pete's sakes. So with that being said, and they also tried to charge her another $100-something when she went and signed the contract, because she was going to be there like another half a day to tear everything down. So I want to make sure, and if I need to put this in the form of a motion, I will. This was unanticipated revenue of a budget. I know Erin's gone, that the supervisor election had to take out of her budget. I know $750 isn't a lot to some people. So if she has a shortfall with her budget, I know, you know, we've already approved all the budget, but I'll pay for this out of my own pocket if I have to, because I feel like this is my fault. I'm trying to do the right thing and helping and all of our senior citizens, and these people are want to dictate who they want in their little club, and I'm not for that. And now they're trying to throw it in our face. I think it's an insult, and it's not over yet. I'm still looking at some other avenues because this is ridiculous.
It's sad.
It's sad.
very
It's sad. And she's not punishing me. She's not punishing this board. She's punishing the people of this county, and that really ticks me off.
But look at all the years that they got funding.
Yes.
From this board and used it. And that's what I said. Ever since that building has been built, it has always had the elections in it. Always. I mean, that's the first place, but almost first, well, it was the first place I voted back in, but.
Yesterday.
Yeah, a few years ago. But that's the first place I voted was senior citizens. That's where I've always voted, senior citizens. But it's just sad that they have such a problem with this board that they take it out on Heather Riley, the supervisor of election.
Commissioner, they actually are taking out on the voters of Carabel that voted in that district. What bothers me, I mean, Commissioner, when I first came here a few years ago and I started working there through the SHIP program, Mr. Kendrick is in the back of the room, he remembers that. I was told a story of how that building was built. Volunteers, donations of supplies. It was dedicated for the people of the county, especially the senior citizens.
Yeah.
Now it's turned into a private club as to who's member, who can get in.
Yeah.
That's not what that building was for, but is the past. I followed Attorney Schuler's advice. I did speak to the supervisor. After this election that's coming up here is over, I'm gonna give her the key so she can look at the garden club and get that together. And speaking of the garden club, I'm going to reach out to ECCC one more time and see where we are with them.
People are needing it
Yep,
bad.
they were supposed to meet with Miss Lisa Bratz, over a couple months ago now. The white van that you guys see, that was the donations from the sheriff's department. That's still sitting out there, so I need to know what's going on ECCC's side.
Thank
and
you
I
for
will
bringing that up,
get with
because,
that.
Mr. Chairman, I was gonna bring that up, so thank you.
Yes,
for
that
bringing
is in my to-do list to do.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
and one thing too, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind real quick, because I know we want to get out of here. The thing about it is with the supervisor of elections, if the garden club is not sufficient, maybe we could talk to the city of Carabel and use their conference room.
Their commission meeting room, their
The
city commission meeting room, okay.
Their conference room.
Or,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we have the annex
we
over there
could
as well.
do that.
If that's an option. But my point is, I don't want her to have issues with her budget. I know
No,
750 ain't a
Commissioner,
lot of money, but I don't want her to have issues with budget because it's money that she wasn't anticipating.
It'll be a transfer from, maybe courthouse maintenance or something to that effect, just to cover that.
All right.
We're good.
Thank you.
It's all right, we got you back.
I appreciate it.
Commissioner Ward.
And not on my report, but it's just an information item, not an action item. When Commissioner Sanders was asking for an update over in Lanark about the new building and the construction, the progress, messaged the city attorney for Carabel. He has responded back that the deed from the city of Carabel to the county for that property was recorded about 2 weeks ago. I'd like to have seen it before it was recorded. Like Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. So I trust they've done it just like the other deed was, but I'll be pulling the deed just so I'll have a copy and I'll present it to you at the next meeting.
See, that's everybody working together for the common end. I love it.
Amen. Commissioners, unless you have any questions for me about my information items, I typically don't go through those. So that concludes my report.
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
The bylaw update that they're talking about at Weems,
Yes, sir.
I'd be interested to see what they're talking about, because they're looking back at their report. As I understand it, the bylaws they're talking about doing have to do with property and different things that I don't think's under the purview of that hospital board. So I'd be interested in looking at that.
Yes, sir. I'll send you, all the board members, a copy of what they sent
Okay.
to me. My issue is, I get a document that's a red line that shows strike-throughs and underlines, strike-throughs deleting things, underlines adding things. My issue is, I need all the documents out of your official records maintained by the clerk from the first bylaws and all the amendments to date, in my possession. And that's the process I'm going through right now. The clerk's office, Miss Jessica's just been wonderful. I'm almost at the end of making sure that everything I got from Miss Jessica matches what I've received from the hospital.
Yeah.
Because, my responsibility is from the first bylaws approved by the board through all the amendments to make sure the document I now have correctly represents an amalgam of all those different amendments in the original bylaws. I don't have any reason to think that they don't, but if I'm going to be charged with reviewing bylaws at this point, that's the process I have to go through. Honestly, I don't consider it urgent.
Yeah.
It's definitely not at the top of my priority list. This comes to me from the hospital board, not the county commission, and it looks more like it's supposed to be just like a cleanup of like typos and things of that nature, but I want to look at everything
Given
to
the
make sure.
discussion we've had today about how the TDC policies got kind of amended over time without the board really kicking into that, I wanna know what they're talking about redlining, especially when it comes to do with property
Yep.
and their ability to purchase and those kind of things. I wanna know what they think they're giving themselves the ability to do by changing the procedures.
Yeah, I don't get the sense that they've tried to do anything other
I'll know
than,
that when I verify it.
but I will present it to the
Trust
board.
Ronald Reagan.
That's why I'm doing what I'm doing to make
Yes,
sure
sir.
that
Yes,
nothing
sir.
gets, as you told me, I'm what do you call it? Procedural what?
You're the parliamentarian.
Parliamentarian, so I'm parliamentarianism myself.
Commissioner Sanders.
You gotta keep us going in the right direction.
Commissioner Sanders, you're just a legal in the county.
Yeah.
She was channeling Mr.
Got
Knowles.
that
You
right.
can go back and get a box of sandwiches.
Yeah.
She sure
Oh,
was.
goodness, but,
Since we're channeling,
I know y'all will.
there we go. Somebody's ready to go. Let's go.
You'd be way over today.
I heard it. I
Commissioner
didn't look up right
comments?
away. I heard you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just real quick, as they stated that they've got the Camp Gordon Johnson Parade this Saturday. In addition to that, there's a car show fundraiser that they're having at the parking lot adjacent to the Camp Gordon Johnson Museum that's gonna benefit the VFW.
Cool.
So just if you want to go to the parade and you want to come see some cool cars, just come on by there. So I just want
My
to.
GTO, Jessica, my GTO.
Yeah, see, you get one. You got a new knee. You can. That's like that's.
I
Well,
can
that's
shift in
that's the
gears.
gas pedal. That's the gas pedal knee right there.
I was going to say, is that the gas or the clutch?
That's the gas pedal knee right there.
Any other commissioner comments?
Just want to say that I'm glad to be back, and just to let you know and give you a heads up, as soon as this one heals up, I'm getting the other one done. So we're gonna be in here. We're gonna be in good form.
That'll be the clutch.
All right, well, we'll see you guys at 5.